Welcome to Three Count Commentary. This still took me forever to figure this damn thing out. I'm not a master of the live stream quite yet, but I do see that the red light is on and it says that I am live. So here I am. The live stream. So here I am. Roll call. Who is here? I see two people are watching so far. Who is present? Let yourself be known. Unveil yourselves before we get into this live stream. Let me know who's paying attention up here. We're going to talk about the PWI500 first. Then we're going to get into the Velveteen Dream EC3 garbage, as these two mud ducks just kind of decide they want to throw crap at one another. So that's going to be I don't really have a lot after that. I got an interesting tweet from Mia Yim that I want to discuss in respects to Keith Lee and his rotund body. So we're going to be talking about that as well. There's probably going to be some other things that you guys can bring up that maybe you're interested in talking about, something from a show or something like that, or just general chit chat. I also got some other non-wrestling stuff I want to discuss. So that ought to be fun. You know, I'm going to try to knock this out in 2 hours flat. I've been up since 5 a.m., but we're going to get this done. All right. All right. So PWI 500. Does anybody really give a damn? I think I got to the top 20. All right. Because nobody, absolutely nobody cares about this goddamn thing. Except for, people who think that it's an absolute real vote. They care. But most other people, okay, I got up to 57. I can see people up to 57. Let's just get right into this thing, man. Matter of fact, let's just do the people that I got, which is the top 20, I believe. All right, so Roman Reigns is atop of the list. Interesting choice for number one. I don't know what the criteria are. Please hit me with the criteria in the comment section, please. Somebody educate your boy on why the PWI 500. How does they? I know it's between us. It's got to be a certain amount of time. It's got to be like from late June to what's up, Stephen Smith? What's up? It's got to be between June and July. So June and July to 1 year to the next. I think that's how it goes. And yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Roman being number one is pretty much, in order for this thing to have any meaning to it, he has to be number one, right? I'm looking to see if the criteria. Okay, it says, in terms of the criteria used to rank wrestlers, that's based around in-ring achievements, influence on a certain promotion or the industry as a whole, technical ability, and success against a variety of high-quality opponents. To be eligible, a wrestler has to have had at least 10 matches during that period, or at least 6 matches in separate months. Interestingly, the criteria made the aforementioned Lesnar ineligible for this year's rankings. So Brock Lesnar is not on this list. Interesting. Match and influence over a year period. Okay. So Roman Reigns being number one makes perfect sense. Kazuchika Okada was number 2. CM Punk was number 3. Hangman Adam Page is number 4. Bobby Lashley is number 5. Cody Rhodes is number 6. Bryan Danielson is number 7. El Hijo del Vikingo is number 8. Big E is number 9. Jonathan Gresham is number 10. Jonathan Gresham. Shingo Takagi is number 11. John Moxley is number 12. Matt Cardona is number 13. Josh Alexander is number 14. Hiroshi Tanahashi is number 15. MJF is number 16. Seth Friggin Rollins is 17. Adam Cole is 18. Kenny Omega is 19. And Drew McIntyre is 20. So that's the top 20. I'm not sure how we debate this subject. Like, I'm looking at it, and sure, Jonathan Gresham got no business being here, but he's there. You know, I mean, it is what it is. Uh, Somebody says, I love Big E being in the top 10 considering the injury. Well, yes, that is. What's up, Stone Mexican guy? How you doing, brother? We're in an odd place because Big E was gone for most of this year, and so was Kenny Omega. Kenny Omega was gone for most of this year too. But even if you want to say within the year, how does Jonathan Gresham make the list? Like he hasn't beaten any names. If we're looking at names, I don't see how he hasn't beaten any names. Who has he beaten? Who have you ever beat? MJF is higher than Seth Rollins because he beat CM Punk, I believe. If we're to believe what's going on here, CM Punk is in the top 3, and MJF beat him. But Gresham ain't even beat anybody in this top 3. Vikingo was supposed to wrestle Kenny Omega, but Omega went down with the injury. Yeah, Gresham might as well be in the minis category. Heyman Adam Page, he got a pretty good push that year. So yeah, I'll give him that. I'm just looking at this thing though and saying to myself, Josh Alexander had a pretty good mix of opponents, but it's Impact, which is like less than anything else. Moxley probably should be a little bit higher. Shingo Takagi, I don't know, man. I don't understand how Shingo Takagi is even on. Like, I understand why he's on the list. He definitely should be high. He was champion during a certain part of this time here. But I'm not quite sure that I can agree with Drew McIntyre being under Josh Alexander. Matt Cardona, well, he's been all over the place, so I can see why Matt Cardona may be on this list. Yeah, I'm definitely surprised. Pervin Abreu, I'm definitely surprised to see Moxley outside of the top 10. That literally befuddles me, considering how hard they pushed him over the last year. But then again, he was gone for a while because he went to rehab. True, Josh Alexander is a world champion technically. And they did do that thing where he was beating a variety of different opponents 4 times. So that was a little weird. That was a little weird, man. But I don't know, man. I think the first 3 are probably the most correct. Roman, Okada, and Punk. Punk had long feuds with MJF during most of that year. So he wouldn't technically have a variety of opponents, but he had a high-level opponent. El Hijo del Vikingo is one that's going to be overlooked because it's AAA, and virtually nobody watches AAA. Virtually nobody watches AAA. But I do enjoy that Big E is there. So I didn't see anything to be so upset about. Like, the internet was on fire about this yesterday. I have no idea why, because I'm looking at this thing and I'm saying, I don't see what the big deal is. Like Roman is number 1. He probably should be. People are complaining about that there's no Will Ospreay, but why should there be? I guess Will Ospreay did win a world title. Technically, he won the New Japan world title, right? But so what? He also gave it up too. So I don't know. No Kota Ibushi, but I think Ibushi's been gone for a long time. Tanahashi's on the list, despite the fact that he hasn't really done anything major. I don't know, man. So they have a tag team and a women's list too. Oh, so they're going to set the internet on fire multiple times now. Okay. I don't want to see the full 500. I don't know why I clicked that link, which was a mistake. Oh, it sent me to the magazine. I'm not about to buy this magazine. Are you crazy? I'm not going to spend money on this shit. Will Ospreay should be in the top 20. Vegeta Lover 92. You think so? Make your case. Why should Will Ospreay be in the top 20? Well, you said top 30. I'm sorry, top 30. Well, top 30. Well, shit. I guess just based off name value, you should be on the top 30, right? The USA, they have a separate thing for the tag teams. They have a separate thing for tag teams. So I'm guessing that's what they're going to go with. Is they're going to The Usos better be number one as far as tag teams are concerned. I guess if you look at variety of opponents, I guess FTR would have to be number one, right? So FTR probably had to be number one. All right, so we didn't get much out of this because I don't know what to say, really. I'm looking at this thing. I was expecting it for it to be an absolute shit show and something I can at least laugh at. But now I'm looking at it and saying to myself, what's the big deal, brother? You know, like, what's the haps, Cap? You know, like, I don't get it. Why is everybody so upset? It seems well balanced. There's a lot of WWE guys on here, but not too many. Since Stone Mexican guy, we need a category for wrestler most likely crippled by age 40. Oh, well, that's Sammy Guevara is going to be on top of that list, right? Sammy Guevara going to be at the top of that fucking list. He's damn near crippled today. Or he's going more likely to cripple somebody else. Which is unfortunate because Sammy Guevara, well, I would say that he was a nice young man, but he wasn't. Are y'all ready to get into this Velveteen Dream thing, man? Let's talk about Velveteen Dream since I haven't, unless y'all got something else. Darby Allin number one in that. Yeah, I forgot about that. Darby Allin, what an idiot. He's a full-blown idiot. Absolutely. Full-blown number one moron idiot. Absolutely. 100% pure moron idiot. All right, so Velveteen Dream. Because I don't know what to talk about when it comes to the PWI. There's not much to talk about. All right, I'll have to do we'll have to go through the history. So out of nowhere, in early September the 4th, Sportskeeda put out an article that said EC3 says Velveteen Dream tried to film WWE stars' penises without their consent. Who bites harder, Velveteen Dream or Ace Steel? I would guess, have you seen Velveteen Dream's teeth? Did you look at that Negro's teeth? Did you see his teeth? He had teeth like Mr. Ed. I'm pretty sure getting bit like him, probably getting bit by a gator. All right? It probably hurt like hell. That guy probably howled and did the Watusi and everything else. But so EC3 went on the Wrestling Outlaws podcast and he said, quote, he got arrested again. When's he going to get rehired? Probably not if that's on his record. Plus, he has a lot of demons in the closet. Oh, what do you mean? I'm glad you asked. Why not? Because in NXT, there was always some speculation about him being a little off. But you welcome that. You can be friends. We had a party, and it was at my place. He came over because I'm being friendly, and I'm a top guy. I tried to welcome everybody into the thing. He left his phone in my bathroom with the camera on, trying to capture people taking pisses. So there. Mongo, we got to do news on Sammy leaving good. What about this about Sammy Guevara? Where's he going? Sammy leaving good. Dude can't talk or cut a promo. Look, he's not going anywhere. Brother Samuel is not going anywhere. He's too beloved. So EC3 claims that Velveteen Dream is recording people taking a piss. He says, how do I know? Because it's my bathroom. When I walk in there and I see a phone selfie style propped up on filming, where if somebody is going to take a pee, they would have their phallus out urinating into the water. I'm not going to lie to you too. This was a late evening of partying. So maybe there were a few cocktails shared. Who knows what everyone else was on? As we know, if he'll do it in front of a cop, Lord only knows what he'll do behind a cop's back. Yes, EC3 called himself a top guy. He sure did. This is absolutely hilarious. EC3 has never been a top guy anywhere outside of Impact. And it was a big mistake for him to be a top guy in Impact. I remember when they brought him into NXT, like he was some kind of big shot. I think it was all muscle and nothing else. No brain. And the crazy thing is they were trying to act like he was a promo or something like that. It was the shits. What is this? Juan Orozco. Quick question. Do you think Warner Discovery will cut AEW? They only have 1 year left on their TV deal. I think it would depend a lot on the money that they're asking for. We're going to talk a little bit about cable and stuff later. because cable continues to suffer, and Nielsen is putting out more and more information on how shitty cable is. But I think it depends on how much money they want. If they want to stay within the range, which is like the $45 to $50 million range that they're getting right now, then maybe not. But I think that if he wants a lot more money, then he'll probably end up getting cut for sure. No, you was right the first time. Vegeta Lover. He does have a delusional gut. Have you seen his roid belly? His HGH belly? Have you seen it? Anyway, let's continue. EC3 is like, I'm tripping. What is going on? Am I tripping? I shouldn't be because I don't do drugs, and that would trip me out. So I'm like, this is actually happening. EC3 added, what I did was I took the phone, I stopped the recording. I made sure the PP video of my wee-wee was deleted because that was happening in my home, by the way. So delete, put it back, turn it back on, and it looks like it was still happening. Haha, the big elaborate ruse. I walk out of my own bathroom because this is where I live. I sit on the couch, I go and I wait. And he goes right back into the bathroom. I go back in right after that, phone's gone. I'm like, I can't believe this. Here's the problem. Unnamed talents that I will not name in this moment in time were probably doing other things in that bathroom. So instead of a blatant confrontation, I just said, everybody get out. I'm going to bed. Get out. This is ridiculous. Okay. This is absolutely ridiculous. This is nonsense. Stoned Mexican guy. Remember what Culture Wrestling? They went under as soon as YouTube pulled their ads. Well, yeah, because who else was going to pay for this horse shit? Who else is going to pay for it? You know, why? I think YouTube pulled their ads because of that weirdo guy, right? They had a sexual harassment guy on the roster, right? Carson Nathan. Quick question: who will you smash, Nikita Lyons or Sonny Kiss? Well, Sonny Kiss is male. What kind of question is that? I have no interest in that male guy. Terrible joke, by the way. EC3 continues. Select people that were there. I informed of what happened. As I was informing them, that was where I would therefore be confronting on my next step because I wanted them to know first. What do you do with something like this? I'm an adult male who's been violated in his own home in a sense, and who knows what else is going on. So these guys need to know. Well, one of them is still his buddy. He tells him this, and now it's like a dramatic thing where someone's like blaming me for recording myself. And I'm like, you know what? Whatever. This is ridiculous. But guess what? I'm a professional. So I got to be a professional. We have a mini feud that goes into Brooklyn Takeover where, as a professional, you give your body to your opponent. You protect your opponent, even if you don't like them, even if you despise them, even if you record them peeing. So what happened in that match? Concussed 3 minutes into it. Don't remember a thing about it. There it is. There's your story. You got your money's worth today. So this son's a bitch, EC3, is now claiming that not only did he record him pissing. For starters, as I said in the previous discussion about this thing, if you record me peeing and you are another male, you and I are obligated to fight. All right, we have to fight. You know, I'm sorry, we got to fight. Like, why else? How else am I supposed to respond to this? Now, later, of course, you claimed that WWE knew about this whole thing and they were protecting them or some crap. EC3's story is not in any way believable. It's just not believable at all. And you can look at the way he put some of the words like in my home, this is me in my home, and all this kind of stuff. It's like, yes, we get it. You were at home. We get it. So I really was kind of suspicious of EC3 in this whole thing. What is this? Nikita versus Scarlett Bra and Panties match. Greatest match ever. I don't know, man. I don't think I can survive that match. I mean, if you've seen Nikita Lyons wearing less clothes than she wears now, for Christ's sake, brother. I mean, can you imagine her running around in something skimpier than what she wears right now? I'm floored at the idea of it. Oh, brother. All right, so it went a while. before Velveteen Dream actually responded. And when he did, things got way, way off course. It was pretty funny. All right. It was pretty funny. So let's see what we got here for Velveteen Dream. Hopefully you guys can hear this.
Is this thing on?
Yes, it's on. I hate when people do that. Unless you legit don't know what you're doing.
Is this thing on or something? Okay, so
wait a minute. He says, maybe because I'm older, but I'm not horny enough to care about bra and panties matches anymore. I don't need them. TN Pyro, what's up? I don't need bra and panties matches. I really don't. But the King of Lions is definitely a chick where if you saw her wearing less clothes, how could you absolutely look at that and say to yourself, your manhood would be like, it'd be just tight. My goodness, it'd be problematic. It'd be all kind of sexual harassment shit going on if she wore less clothes. Yes, she thinks I'm motherfucker. Thick as hell is not even. That's not giving her enough credit. That girl thick as a motherfucker. The girl thick as dreadlocks. You feel me? Have you checked out Walt Clyde and Millennial Smart? Yeah. Walt Clyde, I don't really listen to his videos, but I did go into the community section for a couple of times. All right, so here's what Velveteen Dream. Here's his response. So hopefully you guys can hear.
Let me explain something to everybody. First of all, to
you got a lot of tang in his voice.
Who has sent their well wishes and their respects and their love toward me. I just want to say thank you very much because I love you all and I appreciate you all, and the support means the world to me. Okay.
Sure.
And God works in amazing ways. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me tell you this. I'm trying to help my old man out on a computer, and I just type in WWE, right? Tell me why. The first thing I see is EC3.
She thicker than a Butterfinger.
Has talked to the dirt sheets. I guess since I'm on TMZ now, I'm somebody again. EC3 has gone to the dirt sheet saying that if you haven't seen it, he had a party at his house one night.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm to be correct, this was about 2017, 2018 EC3. And I'm not going to tell people who was at this party out of respect for our mutual friends. But one of our mutual friends is a former NXT talent that no longer works for the WWE. And the other person is a current Monday Night Raw talent who used to wrestle talent for NXT. Okay? Mike, EC3, you go out here after I give you the best match you've ever had in your entire career. You go out here and you dirt. I'm tired of people throwing dirt on my name. You throw this dirt on my name saying that I tried to record you in your bathroom. Let's be honest, Mike. You're leaving out a lot of details. What were we doing that night, Mike?
All right. Now, when he said that, and I first saw this video, and he said, what are we doing that night, Mike? I was like, oh, no. Oh, no. I don't want to know what you were doing last night, Mike. I don't want to know what you were doing that night. I just thought from listening to the inflection of Velveteen Dream's voice, I was like, do I really need to know the rest of this story? I was deeply concerned. I was like, holy shit. He's about to just yank this dude out the closet. Yes, he does sound like he marches in pride parades. He also sounds like he's bipolar. But this kind of thing is, I was deeply concerned that it was about to go down. I thought it was about to go down. The Eddie Kingston is fat video brought me here. Well, congratulations. It's probably one of the most ridiculous videos I've ever made. Really. I like making ridiculous videos like that. We're going to talk about some more fat people later. I like talking about fat guys. Fellow men of Husk. We'll talk about some more fat guys later. But Patrick, oh boy, let's see what he has to talk about. EC3. How about he's about to out EC3 hard as hell?
What type of powder was on the table, Mike?
What? kind of powder was on the table? I'm gonna say baking soda. I'm sure it has some baking soda in it, right?
Okay.
All right.
Okay, let's be real. So let's not leave out all the details. We were all drunk. You were pissy drunk because you were in your place. You were damn near passed out in the corner. You and your homegirl, whichever chick you were screwing at the time, okay? And the other two people, our mutual friends, were there. I left my phone on your bathroom counter. And because you were not sure of my sexuality at the time, because of the character I played on TV, and because we're not friends in real life at all, okay? You try to accuse me of recording you in your own home. So what did I do? I went to our mutual friend who no longer works for the WWA, former NXT talent, and I showed him my phone and had him go through my photos and videos and my recently deleted, just to prove to you and the other person that was there, who, because I respect him and he has a job, okay, I'm not going to put him out there.
Jeez,
okay?
what the fuck?
I had him prove to you that I was not recording you. Cocaine is a hell of a drug, EC3. Get your shit together. And if anyone would like to go to my friends list right now and check out who follows me, because I'm not following him, EC3 is a follower of mine. I would really think that if you thought that much of me, that you couldn't trust me, you definitely wouldn't be following me on social media, on Instagram, all these years later, EC3. You're pathetic. Now control that narrative, you asshole.
Look. Look. All right. EC3, he's something else. But this Velveteen Dream business, man, this fucking guy, he comes across like something out of Love and Hip Hop. You know, like he comes across something out of Love and Hip Hop. It is absolutely absurd, right? He got all the hood rat inflections, like all of them. You know, the okay, the big eyes and everything too, man. Jesus Christ. And that wasn't even it. They weren't done sniping at each other. So apparently, after this, Patrick went on Instagram and says, a lot of cocaine users still employed, truth be told, but I'm not dirty like some of y'all. Hashtag Vegas rules apply. You can never win when you dirty. Say the dream's name, but keep my name out of your mouth. Hashtag stop playing with me. Hashtag the right one and the wrong one. I don't know, man. These people crazy, bro. EC3 then responded because PW Insider went around here stirring the shit. So they the dirt sheets can finally contact somebody to ask them what they think about something. And it's fucking EC3 about this gossipy shit here. Mike Johnson tweets, well, he didn't tweet it out. He posted this EC3's comment. It was from an email. He says, EC3 says, in life, I forgive everyone for everything that has ever been done to me. I personally have never failed a drug test from any employer, nor been arrested for drug usage, paraphernalia, assault, battery, or any inappropriate behavior. My forgiveness includes Patrick Clark for setting up a video recording device in the bathroom of my home. As far as any accusations and allegations against him, I hope that he finds the help that he needs. That was a very magnanimous way of looking at things, isn't it? I hope he gets the help that he needs. After you threw his name out there, it's not like he attacked you and started talking about you were doing cocaine. He didn't say that he didn't do cocaine. He was just saying, we were at a party doing coke, and I left my phone in your bathroom. That was it makes sense. It's a sensible argument. You know, it's nothing like the truth sometimes is very boring. And I think it's something people might want it to be a little bit more entertaining than it really is. These two retards, they're sitting here arguing about this, and it doesn't make much sense to me. You know, I'm sitting here and thinking to myself, EC3 clearly has a problem with Velveteen Dream. Maybe it's because he's gay, and I think he is gay. He's very effeminate for sure. And he might have a problem with him because he's gay or whatever. But like a lot of people were super focused or hyper focused on who could possibly be the guys that were in question that were there. I think Riddle being there is pretty much a given because Riddle is a coke guy. I mean, he's not just a weed guy; he's a coke guy. And I think EC3 saying he's never failed a drug test. It's like, brother, British Bulldog never failed a drug test either. Not until his later years. He failed drug tests later in his life. But we all know because Brett told us he smoked crack. Davey Boy Smith, the British Bulldog, smoked crack before the Wembley match at SummerSlam 92. Davey Boy Smith smoked crack. Roddy Piper did coke all through the 80s. So did Mr. Perfect. They popped pills and did coke, all of them. Jake the Snake Roberts. So there's a lot of dirt sheets and a lot of people right now. And there's all protein shakes. Say your prayers, take your vitamins, right? It was all vitamins, Flintstone vitamins, just so many Barneys, you know, a lot of Wilmas. Anyway, there's a lot of dirt sheets now that are acting like, you know, this is a new phenomenon. It's like, man, have you ever even heard about, you know, people doing drugs? It's like, this is the wrestling business. Almost all of these people do drugs, you know. Bradley Gamble, for what it's worth, the rumors going around are that Riddle and Damian Priest were the other ones taking bumps at that party that night. I can see it, and I can believe it. Yeah, I can believe it at all. General John N. Wallace, man, all of them wrestlers are on something. A lot of them are on something. Like, think about what they do for a living. That's why so many of them get hooked on painkillers or they get hooked on drugs. Drugs are a given. Almost all of them are doing something. You know, it's like porn stars in Hollywood. Like, I don't know if you guys have ever seen like some of those exposés they do on porn stars or strippers too. Or you find out that a lot of strippers and porn stars, they have drug problems. For starters, a lot of them have stage fright. Like, they don't know how to perform. So they'll get drunk or they'll get high to loosen their inhibitions and go out on stage to do whatever it is they do. But if you're a wrestler, that's like if you're a football player or something like that, you're running your body into the ground over and over and over again. You know, these dudes are doing something. I'm not surprised any of them are doing bumps of coke. I'm not surprised any of them popping pills or drinking. It's all about in moderation. And I'm not even a guy that's against that kind of stuff. I don't like drug users. Like, I don't want to be around it. But I'm not violently angry that or in any way surprised that people go to parties and do cocaine. It's like, as long as everybody there was an adult and there weren't no kids around, I don't really care. And I absolutely believe the Riddle was there. Like Riddle's girlfriend, who was putting out all of those text messages, Riddle's a wild boy. Riddle is a wild boy, you know. Riddle a wild boy. You know, I believe it. I believe outside of that rape, I believe you say anything about Riddle, I kind of believe it. You know, people's like, Riddle's bisexual, he's running trains on girls. I believe it. You know, but that rape thing, because of the details of it, I didn't believe that. But a lot of that other stuff that they talk about when it comes to Riddle, like him maybe being a little bit mean to bitches and stuff like that, I believe it. You know, he just kind of has that aloof attitude. You know, yeah, Damian Priest definitely does stuff. He was in his mid-30s, you know, and he lost all that weight that fast. Stone Mexican guy. I mean, I used to party back in the day, snorted a few lines and smoked a few blunts, and immediately and my buddies were broke. I can't imagine how much drugs we do if we were rich. Yeah, imagine you would making six figures and beating your body up all the time. Those dudes would be fucked up all the time. Yep, China was fucked. So was Sunny. Sunny was a little bit older when she started doing porn, but yeah, she was too. It's pretty clear. Like a lot of stuff that that is quote denigrating your body, you do have to, if you have any sort of pride whatsoever, you're gonna do something. You're gonna do a drug or something. You're gonna drink or something. You know, that's why a lot of people, they like to get drunk or do a bump or whatever before they have sex to kind of get that, to occupy their mind with something else and to loosen them up. So I'm not surprised at all. And so all these dirt sheets who act like, everybody's in wrestling in some kind of choir boy. It's like, are you serious? These dudes are hammered half the time anyway. They work what 2 or 3 days a week, and beat their body up, and they're going to go home and chill. They're going to throw a party. I saw a lot of people say like, "Why would EC3 invite Velveteen Dream to the party when they're not friends?" And they clearly weren't friends. Well, my thing is, I look at it and I say, well, maybe a friend of a friend invited them, and EC3 just didn't care, or they didn't have beef at the time, and EC3 is inviting people to a party, and he just popped up, and he's kind of like, well, I invited everybody, so why wouldn't he? Whatever. Park and Hunt. I showed the PP video to the authorities before deleting it. Well, yeah, I would have beat the shit out of him first, then showed the PP video to the authorities when they came to arrest me for beating the dog shit out of this weirdo. That's why I don't believe it happened, because it's absurd. Velveteen Dream story makes a lot more sense. That they was in there doing drugs, he put his phone down. That makes sense. If you're high, you lose track of shit. Trust me, I know some people who get drunk, get high, lose their keys, lose their phone, lose whatever. He probably got high, put his phone down, forgot it was even in there. And then EC3 went into the bathroom, saw the phone, he pissed, he left. Velveteen Dream looking for his phone, he go into the bathroom, find the phone, and it's not that big conspiracy. It doesn't need to be a conspiracy for that to make sense. So that's stupid, and I don't believe that shit. I don't believe that he was trying to record. I don't believe EC3 was okay with that. I just don't. And then kept it bottled up for months, for years, 4 years. This has been 4 years ago. This was 2018, and he didn't say anything for 4 years, huh? Well, see, Bradley Gamble, cocaine usually leaves your system in about 72 hours, so it wouldn't be too hard to pass the test. Right. And plus, when you know the taping schedule and everything, you can get around it usually. Let's see. Vegeta Lover, you wouldn't be able to walk without drugs while wrestling. Some people do. Some people can function without drugs, but most of them can't. Al Hankerton, especially Jake Roberts after Honky Tonk Man bashed his head in with that guitar. Yeah, I think he gave Honky Tonk Man too much credit. He was doing drugs before that. Again, this is a guy who was abused when he was a kid, and he had alcoholism in his family. So he definitely was doing something before Honky Tonk Man blasted him in his head. He definitely was doing something. Now he probably increased like his painkillers or something like that, because it did crack a bulge in his neck or something like that when he got hit with that guitar. So there was some extra damage that the guitar did, but he was definitely on drugs before that. Stone Mexican guy. New Jack was the only wrestler who was honest about all the drug use. Well, he wasn't the only one. There was some guys who came out. Kurt Angle talked about how many painkillers he took. Jake Roberts talked a lot about his drug abuses. Scott Hall, he talked a lot about his drug abuse. It was later in life, but he talked a lot about it. A lot of guys. Now, the crazy thing is, all the guys who had problems and then covered it up for a long time, like Bret Hart. Like Bret Hart said he was at some of those coke parties with Roddy Piper and all those guys. And he was doing bumps with them dudes, man. I couldn't believe I read that shit in Bret Hart's book. Nobody had ever said anything about Bret Hart doing drugs. Ever. If you had told me Bret Hart Yeah, when Bret Hart admitted to doing steroids, I was surprised. It was crazy that nobody outed him for doing steroids or snorting cocaine. He outed himself. Out of all the cokeheads and the roid addicts in the WWF locker room, nobody outed Bret Hart ever for having done anything. He wrote it in his own book. Oh yeah, Sean was a noted drug addict though. Like that shit was all in the dirt sheets. I was barely on the internet in 1998, and I knew Shawn Michaels was on drugs. You could look at his behavior, and he could tell he was on drugs. He was fucked. Cocaine stories in wrestling are my favorite. Ricky Morton has some great ones from Bradley Gamble. That coke shit is something else, man. That coke shit is something else. It makes you feel invincible, from what I was told, you know. So a lot of those dudes, they get fucked up. Oh, hey boy, yeah, that shit wild, man. But that's the thing, man. Like a lot of those coke parties, in the 90s and the late 80s, that's why so many guys ended up dying later. And they talk about steroids and all that shit. No, it's all the other drugs. It's the painkillers. Because remember, Brian Pillman did steroids. He was doing steroids, I think, in college. And I think he did steroids in high school too. But he didn't start taking painkillers until he broke his ankle. Like when he broke his ankle in that motorcycle accident, and he was trying to wrestle on that ankle, he started taking pills. And it wasn't long after that he ended up dying. Almost the exact same thing with Eddie Guerrero. Eddie Guerrero was drinking and doing drugs and all kind of shit. He started fucking with some pain pills. It was after that car accident, and weakened his heart. You know, a lot of those dudes, man, they be trying to blame the steroids. It'd be the coke and the painkillers. Absolutely. ECW was the home of cocaine heads and painkillers and somas. Now how many fucking wrestlers did the ECW have that died while on the roster? So they had tons of guys dying on the roster. Yeah, Bret Hart was on that shit, man. I don't think he had like a bad habit, but he was definitely attending those coke parties. He was definitely there. He was present. Stone Mexican guy, prescriptions are responsible for more deaths than street drugs. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because people tend to, people don't understand how to take drugs. You know, they don't understand that you're not supposed to take, like when it makes you feel good, but that's the positive effect of it. But you feel like shit when you take too much of it. You know, like I never was a fan of taking drugs. That's why I'm so glad I've never broken a bone or anything like that. Because I probably would have had to take pain pills or something. I don't even take aspirin for headaches. I suffer through headaches. Like I don't take anything for shit. Unless I got to. I try to live clean as hell. The only thing I'm addicted to is cheeseburgers. Ali Hankerton, Guerrero and Hardy had it worse, in my opinion. They ain't have it as well. Eddie OD, so yeah, maybe. But there's other Elizabeth, she OD'd. I believe that Sherry Martel, I think she OD'd too. So there's been some people who OD'd. Like there's nothing worse than that. If you OD, ain't nothing worse than that. But for like long periods of time, nobody can beat Jake Roberts. Jake Roberts was a fucking drug addict and ruined his life in the early 90s. You're talking about Jake Snake Roberts, who wanted to get out of WWF in 1990, what was that, 91, 92? And he was fucked up. He had been fucked up for years before that. And Mr. Perfect was another one. He was fucked up for years. He'd been fucked up since the 80s. You know, like those dudes, he didn't die until like 2003, 2004 or something like that. You know, so he'd been fucked up for 20 years. That entire locker room was nothing but dudes on something, you know. It's shit wild. And Jeff is a sad case because you could tell he got into it so young. You know, he got into it so young. And then also he got into it because of how difficult his style was. He had to take so many bumps. He had to, jump off shit. That was what it was expected of him. It was expected of him to jump off stuff, and that's tough to do. It's tough to ask. It's tough to ask somebody to do. But I always give wrestlers credit for coming out and not getting busted. If they just admit that something happened, it is what it is. Like when Rey Mysterio got busted with the HGH, I don't think he's ever talked about it. I don't think he's ever talked about it. But him and Edge admitted it though. There's some people you wouldn't expect. Jimmy Wang Yang was fired from his first WWE run for coke, and Bull Nakano was fired in the early 90s for coke. Wow. Jimmy Wang Yang, I never would have guessed. Bull Nakano, I probably could have guessed. Just from looking at her, you can tell she was probably doing something. Yeah, a lot of people was on that nose candy, man. It wasn't. That's the thing. Like people are getting. It's like that AEW fight, right? When it's a big deal because we don't hear about a lot of that stuff today. But back then, it was regular shit. Like Iron Sheik and Jim Duggan got caught with cocaine in the car. People are like, oh, they got fired because they were feuding together and was riding together in the car. That ain't why Vince fired them. Vince fired them motherfuckers because they got caught with drugs. All right? They got caught with drugs in the car. That shit was regular. Jimmy Snuka was high on coke when he beat Nancy Argentino in that hotel room a week before she died. He was high as hell on coke. There is hella stories of Jimmy Snuka being high on coke with her family, and he would offer people cocaine. That's how fucked up he was in the 80s. Which is no surprise why he don't remember what the fuck happened. This whole people think that he was playing games that he doesn't remember. For starters, this dude was getting hit in the head with shit, and he was on cocaine. He probably legit didn't remember any of that shit. Probably legit don't remember anything. Brain probably fried the fuck up. And that's another thing. Oh yeah, Flair, absolutely Flair was on that shit. Now, Flair was a drunk too. Flair was a drunk too, absolutely. And a happy one at that, it seems like. Hogan, I could see Hogan taking a bump. I don't think he would have a habit, but I think I could see him taking a bump. Because he probably would want to be one of the boys. He'd also be a snitch too. Now, Mick Foley, I don't know. I don't know if Mick Foley would do coke. I don't know. I don't know about Foley and coke. He looks like too nice of a guy to get hooked on drugs. Oh yeah, Scott Hall was one of the worst. He was one of the worst because he had that mental problem. So he was definitely one of the worst. Because he killed that guy. So mentally he was fried and fucked up. So yeah, he was really bad. So all these dirt sheets are like, oh, the NXT has a coke problem and all this kind of shit. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's wild, man. Like, are you serious? Oh, yep. Mongo Michael, yep, another noted cocaine user. Absolutely. Like, a lot of those dudes were on coke. There's just so many of them. Like, it's just so many of them. It's like trying to find somebody who wasn't. It'd be like Bob Backlund. That was it. Bob Backlund was probably the only one. Fucking world class. You mentioned Rick Rude. Rick Rude got his big break in Texas in world class, right? The Von Erichs, noted cokehead fucking users. The Von Erichs, so many of them committed suicide because they were using drugs. Fucking Kerry Von Erich got busted with drugs. That's why he killed himself. Stone Mexican guy. I wish NXT had a coke problem. Then the promos would be more entertaining. Right, the show would be so much better if like Joe Gacy was high on coke. Could you imagine some crazy shit like that? Like he's already creepy enough. Give him like the raccoon eyes, like he'd been up for 2 days. Like he'll probably really get in the bag. He'll give Bray Wyatt a run for his money. No, Orton's not a suspect. Orton was on that shit. I don't know if he was on cocaine, but he was on something. He was taking pills too. But Orton was on some bullshit. In like 04, 05, yeah, he definitely was on something. He talked about that. He talked about it. He was on drugs. I think it was painkillers though, because he had it was his shoulders. He had those shoulder injuries, and so he started taking painkillers. Joe was on something already. Mm-hmm. Man, look, I just know I'm looking at these dudes, man. I expect them to be on something. I just hope that they functional, you know. But there's very few guys I think can probably take, you know, being on coke or whatever. Most of them going to have a drink or something. Tony Khan going to offer Dream and EC3 contracts after seeing the coke story. I bet Tony Khan and Chris Jericho are going to be like, excuse me? You guys had coke parties and didn't invite me? Jericho gonna be really mad. You guys had coke parties and didn't invite me, did you? AEW is definitely drugged in. Have you seen Eddie Kingston? Have you seen Eddie Kingston? You telling me Eddie Kingston not on something? Come on, man. Fuck out of here. You know Eddie Kingston's he doing something. What his behavior? He's on something. You know, he's on something. Oh, I don't believe Danielson does nothing. I think it's all juices and berries with him. You know, probably Kenny Omega too. Kenny Omega on that HGH. Well, he was. He's gotten kind of skinny. But Kenny Omega was certainly on HGH. And if he says he wasn't, he's a fucking liar. Because I looked at his body when he was shaped like Brian Pillman. And then he doubled in size like fucking Triple H out of nowhere. And I was like, how the fuck he get so big so fast? Clearly he was on that shit. So Kenny Omega was definitely on HGH. Danielson, I don't believe it. Moxley was a drunk. We already know that. Moxley was certainly. Well, Moxley in his book talked about snorting drugs too. I don't know if it was cocaine though. I think he was crushing pills and snorting. But he was definitely doing something. Deathmatch wrestlers, come on. That can't be nothing but cocaine. If you're falling on glass and thumbtacks, you're snorting cocaine for sure. Yeah, you for sure. You know what? Punk is so miserable that I can believe that he probably is straight edge. I think if he fuck around and took a drug, he might actually be in a better mood. He might fuck around and be a brand new man. You know, he might actually fuck around and have a kid or something. You know, might decide, you know what, I want to spend my life as a father and not as a childless weirdo with a retarded dog. Dragunov is just very intense. I don't know. WWE, I think you can get away with it in NXT UK. I think you probably could. Because Europe is a drug deal too, for sure. And they was going around the country, going around those various countries where a lot of that stuff was legal. And I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of those guys weren't doing drugs, for sure. Dragunov, that's a good one. But Punk, I definitely think Punk is miserable. He's miserable enough that he probably is legitimately in pain and then get miserable and start talking shit. Punk has a hot Latino wife, money, fame, and a career, and he's still miserable. That's just something in his bone structure at that point, dog. When you that miserable and you that bitter, that shit is that shit's flowing through your arteries at that point, bro. Like that shit is deep in the marrow of what you got going on. He's fucked, all right? He got deep psychological issues too. He probably needs to go see a psychiatrist. He probably don't even need drugs. He probably needs a doctor. He probably needs to go sit in an office somewhere. He probably do need drugs. He probably need like some Seroquel or something. Vegeta Lover 92, never done a drug. I'm straight edge. Good. I've never done drugs either. I've never even smoked weed. I haven't taken anything stronger than an aspirin. Yeah, I've never taken anything stronger than an aspirin. Sammy, after that promo, I know he has to be taking something. I wouldn't be surprised if Sammy Guevara is on drugs. He seems like the kind of guy who would do drugs too. He looks like a coke user. Absolutely. He's a young boy doing all kind of crazy shit. He almost broke his neck that one time. I wouldn't be surprised if he snorts some. Yeah, Punk is just like Bret Hart, isn't he? Just like his hero. He got real upset. Keith Lee. Here's the interesting thing about Keith Lee. I'm glad you mentioned it, Keith Lee. So apparently somebody put out a tweet that was a very interesting tweet. This was Global Fight Wrestling Revolution. It says, Walter was a great professional wrestler to the diehards. Gunther, however, is the completed project of what it means to be a WWE superstar. Everything is special about him. He did what Keith Lee refused to do. The results are in the presentation. And he's talking about Gunther losing all that weight. And now he's getting pushed because he lost all that weight. So Mia Yim got very upset at this because a lot of people got upset at this, if we're being honest, but it got to Mia Yim. And she says, quote, Walter is awesome. What Keith Lee refused to do. When we weren't sure if he was going to live, but doctors told him if he elevated his heart rate, he could literally die. So working out, even jogging, wasn't an option. But go off about how he chooses to be fat and lazy. Okay, Mia, sure. I can believe that. I can believe that, maybe he was in a really bad situation at that point in time. Can we please talk about today? All right. Can we talk about today? He's wrestling again. All right. He's wrestling again. So if he can elevate his heart rate to have a wrestling match, he can hit a treadmill. Yeah. Yes, he could have ate less. Absolutely. And here's the thing: there's documentaries of Keith Lee having a weight problem before they even got married, long before they got married, probably before they even started dating. And yes, I believe her too. I believe that he had a medical issue and he was laid up for a long time and he gained weight. I mean, that's what happens. Yes, I've seen it happen to everybody. I've seen it happen to people who had COVID and stuff like that. They get COVID, they get down for a while, and they get plump afterwards. I mean, it happens. But now we're over a year after the fact, and that nigga ain't lost no weight. That nigga is still a big grizzly bear. he can still work matches. Let's see, Bradley Gamble. Now that Coke is making a comeback, maybe Ring Wax will make a comeback, and these guys will start looking like real men again. No, because they're gonna start getting hit with all that bullshit. What's that bullshit? Sexual harassment stuff. Like you see how dudes get treated for getting laid nowadays. Look at Riddle. Look how they treat Riddle. All Riddle want to do is do cokes, get high, and fuck bitches, and they act like he's absolute pariah. It's just. Did you just say that Adam Cole looks like he got bulimia? I wonder what would happen if Adam Cole and Keith Lee could switch bodies, like that, like from the Ginyu Force or some shit. Like they could body switch. What would happen? I bet you will probably come out the other end with Adam Cole fat as fuck and Keith Lee skinny as hell. It's just something in their spirit that they want to be fat and they want to be skinny. Yeah, I don't believe Riddle did anything wrong either, man. I think he's just a dickhead who likes to party. Like what's the big deal? They need to switch diets. They need to be like, here's what you eat and here's what I eat, and let's see what happens. They need to do the Captain Ginyu thing and switch bodies and see what happens to Adam Cole's body. He'd probably gain 800 pounds in 2 weeks. Because Keith Lee gonna eat everything he couldn't eat as an overweight guy. He gonna eat a whole cake or some shit. That really kind of fucks me up. Like I saw The Rocky like a whole pizza. And I was like, fuck, if I ate a whole pizza, I have a fucking heart attack. But I already know like he's carb loading, because he's gonna work all that off. But I'm like, man, if I ate a whole fucking pizza. If I ate a whole cake, I watched Kurt Angle eat a whole giant bowl of I don't think it was Lucky Charms or was it Fruit Loops? It was something. He had like a giant bowl of Fruit Loops with milk in it. and he was sitting on his lap, and he was eating out of it. I was like, what the fuck? I thought it was tremendous. He was carb loading. That carb loading shit is weird. It says Eddie Kingston shakes the king. Eddie Kingston annoys me with how much of a slob he is. Like, you're not Yoko or Bam Bam Bigelow or even Keith Lee. Just slim down or bulk up. His arms are a shame. Like, the chest area and everything is fucked up, but the arms are the worst. The arms are a dead giveaway that you don't work out. You know, that's how people can tell I don't work out. Like, I'm a big dude, but I'm not. Everybody knows I'm not cut. Because you can look at my arms and tell. You look at fucking arms of Eddie Kingston and look at the arms of fucking Adam Cole. Look at their arms. You can look at their arms and tell that those dudes don't do no sit-ups, they don't do no push-ups, they don't do anything. And Eddie Kingston talking about he likes to lift weights. He's a liar. He's a fucking liar. You know, he looked like he's about to go. The heaviest thing he's going to carry is going to be a quarter pounder with cheese. That motherfucker is lying. All right. That's a lying fat fucker. All right. It's a lying fat dude, man. I don't believe it at all. I don't believe it at all. Yeah, The Rock is probably 3 a.m. clanging and banging for sure. You know, that's that Vince shit, you know. Him and Vince probably texting each other at 2 a.m. You know, about the curls and everything. I don't see how they can do that shit. You know. I don't know, man. Your body not meant to go through all that working out, man. I don't know how they can do it, you know. But they dedicated. They going to get it. All them bodybuilders and shit, with all them veins and everything, bro. You know, all these Rob Terry looking motherfuckers. It's probably not a good idea either. It's probably not a good idea to be like some Rob Terry looking motherfucker either. Yeah, Vince is a gym rat. A lot of those dudes are, man. A lot of those dudes are gym rats. I would rather you be a gym rat than be a slob, though. I can't stand those fucking slobs. I can't stand it. I fucking hate it. Look at the arms of Kevin Owens, for Christ's sake. Look at his arms. You know, it's embarrassing, man. Sami Zayn, his body is pasty, but he's not fat though. He has no muscle definition whatsoever. But thank God he has a personality because he can get away with it. His personality fits his body. Did you hear about Vince going into the WWE Hall of Fame? I don't believe he will. I don't think they'll ever put another McMahon in the Hall of Fame. I think they put his dad in, didn't they? They put Vince Sr. in the Hall of Fame. But I don't think they'll put Vince Jr. in there. At least not right now anyway. Probably in the future. Austin Theory is indeed a gym rat. You can look at him and tell. And you can also, when he said that he wanted to be a wrestler since he was a kid, you could look at him and tell. You know, you can look at him and tell that, yeah, he's only like 24 or 25 or something like that. And he put himself into tremendous shape. He's built like John Cena. You know, Cena was a bodybuilder, for Christ's sake. You know, Vince's favorite bodybuilders. Oh yeah, the Usos used to be fat. That was an interesting thing. Like they used to be shaped like Solo Sikoa is now because they're Samoans. I mean, it's like Pulp Fiction. They're Samoans. What the fuck can you do? They're gonna get fat, you know. But they cut a lot of weight, and then now they are starting to bulk up, you know. But they used to be fat. Seth Rollins has a great build, you know. As far as a professional athlete, he looks like he is both equally strong and agile. But he's not too bulky where, you know, he's moving like a Rubik's Cube, like EC3. Like EC3 was too bulky. I fucking hate EC3. You know, EC3 is the shit. He moved like a character out of WrestleMania 2000. Like, that's how bulky and sharp everything was on his body. It was awful. It's awful to watch. I don't see how anybody can watch that shit he was doing in Impact and thought he was doing great. No, he wasn't. Cody is in pretty good shape too. I think he might have hurt his back. That's why with the weight belt. But I think he's actually working out a lot. Yeah, Madcap Moss is great. He's in great shape too. EC3 did not have an Ultimate Warrior physique. He looked like two Ultimate Warriors. All right. It wasn't good. It wasn't good. Like EC3, that shit was not good. Not only did he not know what the fuck he was doing, but he also was virtually fucking immobile. He wasn't Rob Terry bad. Like Rob Terry couldn't move his fucking arms too high. He moved like a goddamn drowning T-Rex. It was the shits. But EC3, man, he can't fucking move. You know, he can't fucking move, and he's an asshole. So I mean, it didn't help. But Madcap Moss got a football player's physique. You know, yeah, he got a football player's physique. Big Show is just fat. I mean, he's tall and fat. I mean, it's part of his illness. He's gonna gain weight. You know, he's a fat fuck though. Oh yeah, Scott Steiner. Oh man, Steiner. When Steiner started doing whatever it is that Steiner decided to do, he he was just he used to kill me with the Popeye muscle. You know, when he used to have like the big muscle, and he would have the little muscle on top of the big one. That shit was ridiculous, bro. Oh, Bobby Lashley, he's a solid dude. Because he's big all over. Like, Lashley is just big everywhere. Like, I was worried that he's going to have a heart attack one time because he was just big. He was just swollen, like, everywhere. But his body is proportionate. There's nothing weird about his body. Like, Bobby Lashley's body is not weird like Steiner's. You know, like, Steiner's body was weird because of all the steroids and shit. So, he had, like, the little muscle on top of the big muscle and all that shit. You'd be like, what the fuck? But yeah, he could get away with it because he looked like a psycho and he was built like a psycho. So it's like, okay, it works. But Sid had a great physique too. Sid was massive. I think he was also on steroids, but he was massive. But he didn't look out of proportion. You know, that out of proportion shit is the shit that I don't like. You too big when you too muscular, when you look out of proportion. Like Ridge Holland has a really good physique too. But you know, when you're Scott Steiner's physique is a little weird because of how out of proportion his body is. Rob Terry was the shits. For a while, Batista was kind of, you know, I was kind of like, Oh yeah, Drew's transformation, because Drew got the Sid body now. You know, that's how Sid used to be built. That's how Drew is now. Yeah, Scott Steiner was on some experimental horse meat shit. All right. That was what they call the horse meat diet. You know, he was built like Alistair Overeem. Alistair Overeem looked like something that fucking Toriyama drew. Like he looked like a Super Saiyan. That motherfucker had no neck. He was just like all muscles and shit. You know, he's like, what the fuck? What kind of human being is that? You know. Oh, Benoit obviously was on steroids. His body doubled in size. Him and he had back acne. What's his name had back acne too? Eddie Guerrero. Guerrero looked great though. Even though he was out of proportion. Yeah, Roman used peace. He got busted with him. I think here's a secret is all of the action stars use Pete's. They all do. Stallone used them. Arnold used them. Jean-Claude Van Damme used them. All of them use Pete's because it's not illegal. And who the hell's going to say anything about it? You're doing it for a movie. They're not going to say shit. They use human growth hormone too. Oh yeah, The Rock, he's gone crazy with it. The Rock's head is bigger. Now I don't know about nothing, but he got that Barry Bonds. There's no workout regimen possible that's gonna make your head double in size. All right. The Rock's head is huge now. And it's almost like Neanderthal. Like he got a big fucking head. So you know he on that human growth hormone. You know, I wonder what his cycles is like. Fat Jericho. Yeah, Jericho probably still on something. I think Jericho's been a natural athlete though. I think he does stuff to party. I don't think he does anything to get through. Oh yeah, Savage, once his body started to change, oh yeah. Yeah, boy. D-Mac, Greg Duchette is a good YouTube resource for insight into performance enhancing drugs, fitness, and stuff like that. I'm gonna check that out because I've been looking at wrestling my whole life, man. And you could tell that these dudes, especially when they get older, like when Randy Savage just decided to triple in size, he's like Super Vegeta. He just got super big out of nowhere. And his mobility went to shit. Like he couldn't move for anything. They kept saying, "Oh, he hurt his legs or something like that." Yeah, Hogan stopped right at the right time because he got put on Vince got put on trial for that shit, and he just kind of cut it out. So he went to WCW. He was looking slim. He still had the physique, but he wasn't, Hulkamania running wild, larger than life Hulk Hogan. And then when they flipped him to the Hollywood Hogan, he didn't need to be that big anymore. Yes, Savage was scary. That's why I'm not surprised he had a heart attack. Look how he was fucking huge in Spider-Man. He was huge. He was huge compared to how he looked in the 80s. He was huge. It's like it wasn't even the same person. Dustin Rhodes in TNA was just fat. He was fat. He was fat in WCW too. He was just fat. Dustin had a weight problem for sure. He just got fat. I mean, it wasn't. I don't think he was. He was certainly on drugs, but I don't think he was taking performance enhancing drugs. I think he just got fat because he never was. If you look at Dustin's body, when he wrestled as a natural, his body is kind of like Trevor Murdoch's body, except for he wasn't as fat. Sting, yeah, definitely, because Sting was a bodybuilder, so he definitely taking steroids. He probably took them before he got into wrestling too. Yeah, I like the Rollins character. The current character is working out for him. I wish he had started this earlier, to be quite honest, because he's in that role right now where he should definitely be more successful than he really is. And he is actually better now than when they were super pushing him a few years ago. Oh yeah, I've been to those gyms where those people are popping those pills, all that horse powder and all that bullshit. They taking those protein powders, quote unquote. I don't trust none of that shit. I don't trust nothing that gives you a gut, but it makes your arms look great. Like the Ryback problem, where Ryback looked great from his chest up, but he had a gut. It was just a. I'm like, what? 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 What's wrong with you? Nobody has a John Strongman Anderson beat. He was a wrestler in Mexico and New Japan. He's close to the Good Brothers. The guy had traps bigger, nearly covered his ears. Wow. Like how could his heart take that? That's what I want to know. Like, how could his heart possibly allow his body to develop that way? Like, that's scary. I don't know, man. I don't know. Oh, how you get that far? Who is the next Cena or Roman? I think it's clearly Austin Theory. That's the guy they got him. It's gonna be him and Braun Breaker. I think Braun Breaker's pedigree is gonna really help. But Austin Theory, he has a natural charisma. I think you're looking at the Orton and Cena of WWE in the future. It's gonna be those two guys. Oh yeah, in Mexico they get all that kind of shit. Did you see young Conan? That's why he got kidney problems now, because Conan was down there on that bullshit. Because Conan used to be yoked. Conan was yoked for sure. He was yoked to the gills. He was yoked to the point where he could barely fucking move. And it's crazy because they never really used that. The fact that he looked like that, they never really used it. The guy, what was his name? Judas Macias? What up, George Bryce? Judas Macias. What the fuck is? Yeah, let's gonna go with that. He wrestled in AAA. He's Puerto Rican. Guy is clearly on steroids. He is huge. Ricky Banderas, that's his name. He's fucking huge. He was in TNA for a while as Judas Macias. Huge. Just big for no reason, right? He was jacked. He was jacked the fuck up, dog. I was like, hell no. What the fuck? Hell no. Now that he's Mil Mascaras, he's still huge. That dude's like 50. You know, that dude is 50. He's like built as fuck. I should do a series brainstorming ideas for wrestlers who need new gimmicks. Well, hell, that's like 90% of the fucking industry at this point. Yeah, Carmelo Hayes has a great athletic body. You know, he's definitely he could definitely work as a cocky heel. You know, for sure. You talking about Conan D-Mac? He was in ECW, the original version. Because Conan was definitely in ECW, and he was bulky as hell there too. Conan used to be massive, dog. Like that shit was crazy. You could get his traps and stuff like that. It was nuts. Lex Luger, yeah, Lex Luger was pretty big. Yeah, Lex Luger. The thing is, Luger, his body wasn't ill proportioned though. You know, his body wasn't ill proportioned. I agree. I think Carmelo Hayes can pull off the AJ Styles. He's got a great build for it. He's a little undersized, but I think with a Ahmed Johnson was on steroids. You know, Ahmed Johnson definitely he has on HGH rather, because you can look at his gut. He had a gut. There's a difference between the two though. He was definitely on HGH. He had that gut. He had no stamina, so he clearly wasn't working out. And Warrior too. Warrior was on HGH too. They weren't just like on regular anabolics. They was on that. 92 Lex Luger. Yeah, he was pretty jacked. I think that's when he was a world champion, right? He was world champion like 92. Oh yeah. Conan, man. You can look at old pictures of Conan, and you could tell that's why he got kidney problems today, what he did to his fucking body. I doubt he would even deny it. You know, I doubt he would even deny it. I mean, deny it for what? He's like 60 something now. Well, Lex ain't a genius, man. He just he ain't a genius. But shit, he's not the smartest motherfucker in the world. He just looked great. He looked tremendous. And he was a football player, so everybody knew he was a tough guy. Kennedy never had the body type. You know, Kennedy never had the body type. I don't think Vince would have gone all the way with Kennedy. Kennedy had that Carlito body type. Yeah, they do all admit to it later on. I mean, once it gets to a certain point, they all admit to it. But I was surprised to see that Randy Savage admitted to it when he was on God, I think he was on Arsenio Hall when he admitted to it. That was in the early 90s. You know, he admitted to doing steroids. I was surprised to see him. He was on that. Oh yeah, Carlito. Yeah, he definitely on the pads now. Yeah, absolutely. No, because Ahmed Johnson didn't have the charisma. He didn't have the vocal ability. You know, he had that uncle at the barbecue energy. He didn't have that suave, cool rock energy. He didn't have that. Ahmed Johnson had that, you know, homeboy up the street that's kind of slow. Maybe he took some he was in one of those learning disabled classes, but he was, you know, a freak on the football field or something like that. Oh, Jinder Mahal, absolutely, he's on steroids. When they used to do those, the camera go around him when he was a champion, you could see his back acne. You know, so yeah, you could know some. I wouldn't be surprised that's why they killed his push. The Ahmed Johnson push, I didn't really buy into it. I was like, I respected it, and I really enjoyed the feud with Farouk, but I wasn't really an Ahmed Johnson guy. I was around that same age. I was like 12 or 13 when he went to WWE. No, Nathan Jones is not. Yeah, Nathan Jones is ridiculous. If you saw Nathan Jones in that movie Fearless, he was in a Jet Li movie. God, he was a freak of fucking nature. All right, Nathan Jones is a freak of nature in that movie. He looked like, oh, he was just massive, and he had like virtually no neck. I was like, what the fuck? He looks like an action figure. It was awful. He was way too big. Um, I kind of thought that also that Ahmed Johnson might get the title when they was teaming him up with Sean. I thought he might get it. When I saw he was going to be, well, I thought Farouk was going to get it too because I knew Undertaker wasn't going to be champion for very long in '97. So I thought they might have gave it to Farouk, but that was just me being a kid being dumb. They was not giving him the title at all. RVD has a fit body. You know, his body fits his frame. He's not overly muscular. He can do what he needs to do. He didn't have a lot of lifting moves. Like, he didn't have to pick people up. You're right. Finn Balor is jacked and skinny at the same time. Somehow he maximized his body. Yeah, Ron Simmons, because his body, it was like, I think Bush Reed was on steroids, but when you look at Ron Simmons' body, it didn't change that much. You know, it didn't change that much. So it probably was just what he did playing football. Heidenreich is clearly on steroids, man. Come on, look at him. You know, Heidenreich is him. It was sickening display. And Snitsky, because Snitsky's head got big too. But after they shaved his head, Snitsky's head like doubled in size. He was clearly on steroids, or he was on HGH. Yeah, like Ron Simmons, he was already had a really good frame, you know. And when you see him in Doom, and then when you see him as a singles, and then you see him as Farouk, you can see that being the same guy. You can see that being the same guy. Rob Van Dam just avoided picking people up. That's the same thing Rey Mysterio needed to do. Just don't use any moves that require you picking anybody up. It doesn't matter what you do at that point. I think Sheamus is pretty natural because he's not unnecessarily big. You know, he's not unnecessarily big. Simmons was jacked though. He wasn't like full on. Look at my 22 pack, but he was pretty big. You could see a dude like him playing football and be like, yeah, that dude will fuck you up for sure. I could buy it. I could. Oh, Triple H, absolutely. Look at his body when he was in DX, and then look at it in 2000. He was clearly on steroids. I mean, I don't even think he would even lie to you about that. I mean, he probably would have told you the truth at the time. It was necessary, and he was doing whatever was necessary. He didn't give a shit. The Rock was on steroids too. That's why he had them boobs. He got rid of them shits though. I'm pretty sure Austin took HGH too around that same time because he got big and muscular, and he needed it for his neck. Because Edge ended up doing the same thing, and you know that whenever they started having those neck problems, all of a sudden those dudes became turtles, where their traps and everything got big, and you know, like Kurt Angle became a Ninja Turtle. That's why he was on the HGH because he was trying to heal his neck. Edge talked about that. Yeah, I think Shawn Michaels got fat that one time. Like he said, he was trying to eat with Diesel and all that kind of stuff. He was trying to bulk. But once he trimmed back down to his natural size, he was great. He didn't need to do too much more than that other than stay tanned and not get fat. That should be the right body type for a wrestler anyway. You should look like Shawn. You should look like Seth, or you should be a bigger guy. If you're like a Lashley size, you should be like a giant at that point. But once you go to like freakishly large, I can't see nothing but muscle all over you. That's not. You're going too far. I can't even pretend to not see the steroids. All right. Yeah, Benoit's neck was thick as fuck. You know, I mean, shit. Benoit's neck was crazy. It was crazy. And Those dudes taking that HGH, that shit's not good for you, man. That shit it causes enlarged hearts, enlarged internal organs. Cena being on steroids, I believe Cena did steroids before. I don't think he did them in WWE though. Buff Bagwell definitely did steroids. If you saw his body before he became buff, you know. Wonder Woman and Chun-Li withdraws because of sex appeal. If they can do it, the ladies in the locker room can too. Well, it depends on how much they want to, how much sex appeal they want to have. Yeah, because D-Mac, there's definitely guys who took steroids that don't look like he did. Junkyard Dog is definitely one of them, you know, because he was never shredded, you know. He always had a nice little bulk to him, but he never got to the warrior level. He got nowhere near the doubling in size that, you know, Randy Savage or Benoit or Eddie Guerrero had. Like those dudes quadrupled in size, man. It's like, what the fuck? You can't look at those dudes. You can't look at Eddie Guerrero in 98 and then look at Eddie Guerrero in 2004 and think that's the same person. Like, hell no. That dude big as shit. Hell no, man. Do I think Jay Cargill's on steroids? I think she probably dabbled, but I don't think she's on them. Like, she probably cycles. I think she cycles. But everybody cycles though. Like most of those dudes who cycle, they go on for a little while, they get off. Rick Rude was like that. Rick Rude used to cycle a lot. I think Rick Rude might have actually taught Lex Luger how to get on the steroid cycle, if I remember correctly. Because Rick Rude was big on that shit. And he did everything. Rick Rude did everything, dog. Oh, Brian Cage is a human growth hormone. He's a fucking monster. Nothing about him looks natural. Yeah, those natural physiques are very, very, very difficult to get. That's why, you know, sometimes those people who have been weight training since they were young, I can believe that they probably got that weight mostly natural, or they play some kind of full contact sport. But if you're like, I got a kickboxing background, and you're, you know, you look like the Incredible Hulk. Like, I don't believe that shit. I don't believe that shit at all. You know, I don't believe that shit at all. There's no way you gonna get that muscular doing, you know, jujitsu or anything like that. It just doesn't make any sense. Wardlow, yeah, I think Wardlow, his body fits his frame. You know, his body fits his frame. I think he's just a naturally big guy. He probably played football, likes to lift weights. You know, it'll work out for him. You know, he's not going to be shredded, you know, but he's big. He has believable strength, which is a dead giveaway, by the way. Is when you're a Brian Cage and you're a big dude for no reason, and you're weak, even though you look like you're really strong, that's how you know that shit came out of the bottom. Because that's the most disgusting thing about Brian Cage for me, is the fact that he's just massive and he just has no strength whatsoever. It looks like shit. You could tell he's on something. When was the last time I seen Enzo? I couldn't tell you. I can't tell you when the last time I saw Enzo. NBA players been on steroids. I think that shit makes no sense. Like, it doesn't make any sense to be on steroids in the NBA. You know, because being muscular don't really help you. Like, it helps you in certain positions, but it's a non-physical game. You know, well, I guess in the 90s and the 80s, it was a more physical game than it is now. You know, but it's not gonna make you put. It'll make you, you know, more physical in terms of, you know, bumping against your opponents, but it ain't gonna put the ball in the hoop. You know, like, I think taking steroids in the NBA, it doesn't do you any good. Taking steroids in the NFL, though, yeah, that shit can help. Vince admitted to using steroids. He used steroids in the 80s. And he probably continues to use steroids today. But yeah, his him going to the steroid trial, he had to admit that he used steroids. Test, he killed himself. Test killed himself. I think he had depression or something like that. But he was certainly on steroids. Did you see how Test's body changed? Did you see Test when he first came to WWF was muscular, but he was lean, right? Nice little frame to him. When he came back in like 06, 07, and he was just, he looked like, you know, something Jack Kirby drew. Like, hell no. Nah. You could clearly see that he was on something. He was a Hulk at that point. Midlife crisis Vince with the baby oil. He likes that. He likes that baby oil. Yeah, Brock was on HGH too. He's on something else too. He got caught with it on the UFC. The UFC busted him with something. And yeah, Brock, I think he just said fuck leg day. Now that he's getting a little bit older, he just said fuck it. Ciampa is shredded. He's not bulky though. Like his shit is proportionate to his body. Just like Finn Balor. Like it's proportionate to his body. So he's probably doing something when he's just not when he's not gaining any weight. He's just getting cut. Brock was clearly on steroids. Brock was on steroids when he was a kid. You know, I think he actually took steroids when he got into wrestling. A lot of those dudes do. Well, I know Mongo will cry when Vince is in the Hall of Fame. I'll probably fucking cry when he dies. That shit'll be sad. That shit gonna be sad as fuck. I've already prepared myself for it mentally. That shit gonna be sad as fuck. I'm not gonna be like when Steve Jobs died though. Like that shit was weird. That was some creepy shit. Like I don't know if y'all remember that when Steve Jobs died and everybody had all those it was like all of those fucking people with like apples and shit. Like that shit was so crazy. It was so cringe. It was cringe in the motherfucker, dog. It was cringe as hell. I'm definitely gonna be out there in the Hurt Locker when Vince gone. Cause then you can get no more crazy Mr. McMahon stuff. Yeah, I would definitely see. Here's the thing: Ciampa is not a bad promo. Ciampa is not a bad promo. Daniel Garcia has zero fucking charisma. He is zero fucking charisma, and Wheeler Yuta has less charisma than Daniel Garcia. I'm not big on ratings talk, but what you make of the recent trend for AEW and WWE? I was very impressed with AEW's recent rating. I was very impressed with it. I'm not surprised by it though. They did something very smart. They put Jon Moxley on first because they know he's an attention getter, and then they put MJF on second because they know he's also an attention getter, and then they put Jericho on last. So that was very, very smart for them. And then they also had the lead in of Big Bang Theory. So all they had to do was not lose too many people. Yeah, Jericho is definitely a draw for AEW. So they put Jericho on last. That was smart. You know, it's going to be sad, though, in a couple of weeks when that shit go back down. But they're probably going to have to they're probably going to build on it a little bit next week because Danielson and Moxley, but Jericho's not going to be on the show. And nobody else that they talked about is going to be a draw. So I don't know. I expect next week's to probably go down. So you think the focus should be on body aesthetics instead of massive size since pro wrestling is very much visual? You shouldn't be massive. You shouldn't be to the point where you can't move. That shit is embarrassing. You know, like being super skinny and out of shape, all of that shit should be a non-starter. If you got the body type of Eddie Kingston, you should be forced to go to the gym. If you got the body type of Adam Cole, you should be forced to go to the gym. If you are super big and muscular and absolutely useless, like Brian Cage or Nathan or Nathan Jones, you should be told to get off of whatever you are on so that your body can rest and you can slim down, and maybe your mobility will change. But I definitely think it should be on more Cesaros and Seth Rollins and those guys. Lashley's and stuff like that if you are a natural big guy, or if you need to take a little bit to get to that size. But if you're going to come out looking like some kind of genetic monster, that shit don't make no sense. I don't want that. AEW wrestlers has so much free time. That's the bullshit that be killing me. Stop taking so many fucking matches in Japan or Japanese matches, some shit. Go to the gym. What the fuck? Muhammad Hassan was definitely a heat magic, but that was because of the Arab stuff. They just didn't like him because they thought he was an Arab. So it was easy. It was right after 9/11. Yeah, Arabs were like the number one public enemy with a bullet. He didn't have to do too much after that. Yeah, that AEW stuff is embarrassing. I hope you've had fun at Grand Slam, dog. I skipped out on going to AEW in Detroit. I should have went. Though. I regret not going. I just wanted to go just to have the experience. Who I think should be repackaged? Well, shit. Well, I think you have the entirety of anybody under the age of 30 in AEW probably need to be repackaged. Everybody under the age of 30. There's just tons of Lee Moriarty, whatever he was doing on the independents, he need to get rid of it. It was stupid. Wheeler Yuta, Daniel Garcia, Sammy Guevara. It's just there's so many of them. You got to do something else with these fucking guys, man. AEW needs to actually force people to develop. There are 0 developed characters in AEW. None. Everybody's the exact same position they were in two or 3 years ago. I think Hangman Page might be the only one with MJF that has really increased their stock. Maybe Darby Allin over that time frame. But everybody else is just pretty much treading water. Miro should be doing so much better. I mean, look at the guy. Changed his body completely. Changed his body completely. For fuck's sake, his promos are even better. Giant Gonzalez was tall and skinny, though. He was tall and skinny. That's why he had him put on that crazy bodysuit. Because he was tall and skinny. I don't think Wheeler Yuta has any potential whatsoever. I could be wrong, man, but he just comes across like a guy that just exists on the roster to me. He's better off going to New Japan Strong or something like that. It says, I kind of feel bad for Hangman. He should be a made man, but he doesn't feel like it. That's because they didn't have a second act to it. There's no second act to that. They got the chase and all of that shit. And once the chase was over, they didn't have anything else for them. That's their fault. They thought one great story and that's it. It's like, that's not how this works, man. Legends are built off of multiple great stories. And not just great matches. I'm talking great promos. Hangman Page will go down in history as the guy who started the shit with the CM Punk and the Elite. But he's not going to be one of their top guys. He's actually not far off from probably ending up in the same boat with Darby and Jungle Boy and all them guys. Yeah. They have guys on islands in AEW for sure. There's a lot of guys who here we are 3 years in, they haven't even had a conversation with each other. Yeah, they ripping Sammy Guevara apart. The crazy thing is, Sammy Guevara was one of the guys that he was labeled a pillar for AEW. And that pillar thing was the worst thing that ever came out of there because that shit went all downhill right afterwards. Right after they started calling all these dudes pillars, it went to shit. MJF started getting in trouble and got sent home. Darby Allin fell off of a cliff. Sammy Guevara fell off of a cliff. Jungle Boy fell off a cliff. It's just as soon as they put a label on these guys, it was over. It was unfair for them to do from the beginning. They never should have done that because they shit on all the other guys who were around that same age bracket, like Ricky Starks, who was actually pretty good. And it basically boxed him out. And then everybody put excessive amount of attention on Sammy Guevara and Jungle Boy and all these guys who can't fucking cut promos, have no character, have no presence or persona or anything like that. It's just all of them have fallen apart. All of them are worse off now than when that pillar shit started. All of them, except MJF. He's the only one that's better off. That's because he got saved by Jericho and Punk. The rest of them got killed. It was over. Yeah, Starks is better than almost all of them. You know, especially when it comes in terms of charisma and ability to tell stories in the ring and mic work. For Christ's sake, mic work. Shit. Ricky came from NWA. That's why they didn't want to do that. It was whack. The whole thing was, oh, these are our guys from when we started. Okay, that's fine. But those guys suck. Or they're not, or they're immature. Like Jungle Boy, good looking young guy. He's scared of his own shadow. He can't really cut a promo. Even when he does try to cut a promo, it doesn't come across as being convincing. He needs more seasoning. He shouldn't have put that much pressure on him. Darby Allin, kind of self-absorbed. He has a style that's going to end up with him getting crippled. He is charismatic. He can't really cut promos though. And so there's an enigma factor to him. Okay. Sammy Guevara is a new TJP. That is absolutely fucking perfect. If I could give you a gold star, I would give you a gold star. He is exactly that. He is exactly TJP. I remember watching TJP in the Cruiserweight Classic. Everybody was very excited about it until he won. And then everybody was like, what? And I remember like, okay, hopefully this guy's going to find a personality somewhere. Never happened. He became dabbing video game guy, which is hilarious because all of that was out of date. The music, the dabbing, it was all out of date. I was like, they fucked him over. But at the same time, I've seen TJP on the indies. He ain't much better. He's shits. He's just a boring moves guy. Just like Zack Sabre Jr. They're just boring moves guys. I have zero interest in watching those fucking guys wrestle anywhere. They suck. I think TJP is better than Sammy. I'm not gonna go that far. I'm not gonna get into that. That's into the weeds. I'm not getting into the weeds on who's better between Sammy and TJP. They both suck. I refuse to watch either. Well, I could say this. I don't mind watching a Sammy Guevara match. I don't like his matches that often, but TJP puts me to sleep. You know, he sucks. He sucks so bad. Yes, wrestling is always behind on trends. They never start any trends. They never start. Andrade can't get over because he can't talk. He looks great though. He looks like $1 million. He looks like a guy that everybody should like. Sup, Mongo? I know you don't care about the firm stable in AEW with Hathaway, but did the theme sound like Dr. Dre deep cover with Snoop Dogg like a West Coast beat? It did. It did. I was listening to the song and I was trying to figure out what the sample was because that song has a hip hop sample in it. I couldn't figure out what it was, you know. I also like that they named it after the firm biz, you know, Foxy Brown, AZ, Nature, and well, depending on what version of the firm that you want to talk about, whether it's the Nature version or the Cormega version, but AZ. Yeah, I just answered your question. Andrade, we talk about Andrade. Pac, I don't think Pac has been ruined. I think he's been mostly forgotten. He's one of those guys that when they started the company, they had big plans for him. And then somehow they got away from it because more guys came in who were bigger stars and had better names. But Pac has a great physique. And his physique fits his body. You know, he's getting a little overly yoked. But he's not too big. The Firm was a great idea. It turned into shit though. I didn't like that album at all. And I can't believe Dr. Dre executive produced that album and it turned into what it was. I was like, ooh, that was disappointing. Um, I thought Tony bought the rights to the Firm song. uh, what song would it be? It would have to be Phone Tap, wouldn't it? Or Affirmative Action? I don't know. Um, I don't know. Private Party fell off a cliff. I think they might have been on Dark Elevation or something like that recently. But yeah, that Phone Tap instrumental was hard. Then I don't know what Dr. Dre was doing with that though. I know he could do better than that. But at the same time, maybe he can't. I think Dr. Dre might be like a Stan Lee type, where he gets more credit than he probably did. Especially since we found out that he supposedly was the one who did the beat for In the Club, and then we found out that DJ Quick did the drums for it. So the crazy thing is, DJ Quick was like, "Yeah, I did the drums. Now I don't want to talk about it no more." He's like, "Yeah, I did the drums. I don't want to talk about it." It was like, "Oh, okay, sure." Did you sound like some kind of non-disclosure or something? Talk about it. Proud and Powerful got fucked over the entire time. I mean, it's just they were brought in straight off Impact. They were the top team on Impact, and yeah, DJ Quick did the drums on In the Club. Yes, that is a fact. He said he did. He don't want to talk about it though. He don't ever talk about it. You know, it's just a thing between him and Dre, I guess. But Dre don't do a lot of his own beats anyway. That's the kind of a secret when it comes to hip hop. They have a lot of ghost producers, like RZA. RZA has a lot of ghost producers too. Ninth Wonder got a lot of ghost producers. Yeah, see, when they brought in Proud and Powerful, they brought in Private Party. There were some other guys and stuff they brought in. They act like they were really going to care about tag team wrestling and that they were going to put a lot of emphasis on it. And I'll give them credit for putting more emphasis on it than WWE does, but clearly tag team wrestling is secondary. I mean, FTR has, and then the ranking system is stupid. FTR has been number one ranked team for what, 2 or 3 months. They got nowhere near a shot. Nowhere near a shot. He said Jay-Z did the next episode beat. I don't think so. Jay-Z never really been a producer. He never been a producer. No, Jay-Z ain't never been on production. Hell no. But I'm not saying that Dre can't make beats. I'm saying he has that what people think a producer is not what a producer is. You know? Oh, he probably wrote the verse. Yeah, he might have wrote that verse, yeah. Because Dr. Dre don't write his own verses. Other people write his own verses. The Four Horsemen are a classic, of course. If you go listen to any Four Horsemen promo, they're some of the most fun promos ever. When Ric Flair starts going off, it's absolutely hilarious. Even when Ole Anderson was in it, he wasn't the same as he didn't have the energy of Flair, but Ole Anderson had that threat that was dangling like he made that promise that Dusty Rhodes wasn't going to finish. I think in 1986, that he wasn't going to finish that year. That was great. I was like, oh shit. If I wasn't already watching it since like 2021 or something like that, I would think he was for real. Yeah, it's clear that the Bucks don't like FTR, and they just wanted to get that one match out of him. And I remember asking that question. Like, once they get the match with the Bucks, then what? Win, lose, or draw, what? I think we had to wait forever for them to get a second match. And now there's not going to be a third one, apparently. Yeah, Santana and Ortiz are not even friends anymore. Santana's not even in the company anymore, is he? Or is he? I think he hurt, right? But yeah, Santana started working singles and Terminus and all that kind of stuff. And right before Terminus went under. If they'd have did, yeah, if they'd have did Bucks FTR at All Out, that show would have been so much better. Ciampa is infinitely more believable than Gargano. Gargano's a dork. He's like somebody you picked up at one of these Comic Cons or something like that. Ciampa is a smaller guy, but for Christ's sake, he looks like he'll hurt you. He looks like you've seen him in a UFC fight or something like that. What's my top 4 favorite comedians? Are you talking movie or stand-up? It's a different level of comedy. Yeah, Proud and Powerful, they're never going to be tag team champions ever. They're not even friends anymore. So now it's definitely flipped. The ranking system was stupid from the beginning because who's going to keep track of it? You know, now it went from you had to be number 1 contender to get a title shot, then you had to be in the top 5 to get a title shot. Now it's just basically we're giving a title shot to whoever we want to give title shots to. So there they go. Stand up, top 5 stand up. Let's see, Eddie Murphy. I was a big fan of Delirious. I was a big fan of that. I was also a big fan of You So Crazy, so I'm gonna go with Martin Lawrence. That nigga's crazy, so I'm gonna go with Richard Pryor. And another stand-up. Bernie Mac would be a good one, but I also think Bill Cosby was a funny stand-up comedian too. Red Fox was also a good stand-up comedian. So I can't pick that 4th one because there's a lot of legends right there. I know Bill Cosby is a surprise to most people, but you can listen to Bill Cosby stand-up and it's actually pretty good. Red Fox is actually very good stand-up too. He's very good. Yeah, there's no payoff for the Undisputed Elite Bucks stuff because they released Bobby Fish. So now you started that angle, and there's no finish to it. And then they started the angle while 2/3 of the group was hurt. Like, and here I thought when they did it that the Undisputed guys would be on the other side of the bracket, and it would be like the Elites versus them, and that would be the main event, the main feud going into the finals. But they said no. We're just gonna put Hangman Page in the Dark Order. Like, come on, man, get the fuck out. George Carlin, Chris Tucker, not really a fan of Chris Tucker. I'm gonna be honest. He's got a funny voice, but I don't really like Chris Tucker. The Kings of Comedy and Def Comedy Jam, Bernie Mac should definitely be on the list. But I don't know, man. Richard Pryor is probably the funniest nigga to ever walk the earth, though. Like he's fucking hilarious. Like I remember really getting off on him and Eddie Murphy as a kid, because Richard Pryor was in the 70s. So I used to I had tapes and stuff like that on Richard Pryor. And I had the movies and stuff too. I didn't really care for him as an actor, but he was great stand-up. Yes, You So Crazy is great. You So Crazy is great. And a lot of his stand-up stuff is great too. If I was Bobby Fish, I would go be a coach in NXT. Or he's probably going to end up in the NWA with all the other old fuckers. If you put money to my head and put a gun to my head rather, money to my head, and said, where's Bobby Fish going to go? I would say to the NWA, because that's where all the other 40-year-old fuckers go hang out at. They got to get Nick Aldis the fuck out the NWA. Because he's wasting his time at this point. He was also Samuel L. Jackson. He was. The thing is, he was in so much shit that people didn't even recognize that he was in it. Like he was in Jungle Fever, and he was Gator in Jungle Fever. he was great in that role. He was a crackhead though, but he was fantastic. See, Al Hacker said AEW ruined their biggest storyline that's been bold since last year's All Out. Yeah, they did. They blew it, didn't they? they brought in Adam Cole, and they were going to do the Elite Civil War, where it was going to be obviously Adam Cole and Kenny Omega. They can still do that. They can still do that. They can still do Adam Cole and Kenny Omega. But without Bobby Fish, unless they're gonna get Roderick Strong, they can still get Roderick Strong, I guess. Maybe they'll get Roddy Strong. Yeah, he was the bank robber in Coming to America. He absolutely was. He was in so much shit. I love Samuel L. Jackson. I would watch any movie with him in it. It got to the point where I really liked, like, my top 10 favorite movies were all Samuel L. Jackson. I loved him so much. He's fucking hilarious. And he's got great range, too, as an actor. What they were doing, they were waiting for Kenny Omega, George Bryce. They were waiting for Kenny Omega to come back before they did the feud. And it took forever for Kenny Omega to come back. You know, he was gone for a long time, you know. Then they wasted everybody's time with that. But they also didn't do us any favors because of Adam Page. Because we had Adam Page and Adam Cole working together, and Adam Cole couldn't beat him. That kind of cut the legs out from underneath them. NWA is the land of the mid-2000s developmental WWE dudes. You know, like, there's so many of them down there now, all of a sudden. They got fucking Rodney Mack, and they're actually promoting that shit. You know, I can't believe it. I loved Coach Carter. Coach Carter was great. Coach Carter was a good movie. One of my favorite Samuel L. Jackson movies was Cane Man's Valentine. I don't think I've ever seen that. It's okay now. It's not as great as it used to be. The NWA used to be so much better. Let's see. Kenny Omega has maybe 2 years left in him. I think so. It depends. Without knowing the extent of his injuries, like how bad were they, you know. But I think if he has like another serious injury, he probably will be done. I think the same thing for CM Punk. I think this might be, if CM Punk comes back from this injury and he gets another one, I think he's going to be finished. You know, because there's only so much, you know, he's at 43, 44 years old. He's not going to want to keep going to rehab over and over again. Charlie Murphy was also in Jungle Fever. I don't remember seeing him in Jungle Fever. I don't remember seeing Charlie Murphy in Jungle Fever. Maybe I wasn't paying attention. But Samuel L. Jackson was in it, and Halle Berry was in that movie too. She was also a crackhead. At least Spike Lee, back when Spike Lee was good. Spike Lee was the shits. He became the shits in like around 2000. He became like everything he made was garbage. I think he made probably one good movie since 2000. It says, who do I think should replace Pat McAfee on SmackDown? I say it should have been Booker T, but I don't get to make these decisions. Booker T was great on commentary. Or JBL. JBL was great too. The thing about Thick Boy is you could use wrestlers with his size and his physique. The question, he's just a cupcake. I just don't like him. I don't like him as a person. Like, he's just a weak fucking dude, man. And he's soft as fuck. I just can't stand him. Have you seen Get on the Bus? Absolutely, I've seen Get on the Bus. And Get on the Bus is a classic. It's an absolute classic. I remember when I was pledging dudes, I made them watch Get on the Bus, like, just to get an idea of what it might be like to travel together with people who have different ideas, who come from different backgrounds. So I made them watch Get on the Bus. Yeah, Get on the Bus is a classic. What the hell is that supposed to be? Is that supposed to be funny? You think it's a joke? It's I understand it a lot more today than I did when I first watched it, but it's not. It's still a classic to me. I think MLW is about to die, dog. They're not even having any new shows. I don't even know what's going on with MLW. I think they're still doing house shows. Are they doing tapings, or is this just like random shows that they're doing? Because I know that they're doing random shows. Yes, they threw a guy off the joke for making a bus. God, threw a guy off the joke. They threw him off the bus for making a joke. But more importantly, they threw him off the bus for being a conservative. That's the difference. He got thrown off a bus for being a conservative. That's why he got thrown off the bus. Not because he was making a joke. They threw him off the bus because he was a conservative. He was a resident Republican Negro, and he got tossed off the bus. So, but that movie gave it away though, because he had the gay dudes on the bus, the delinquent kid on the bus, the cop, the gangbanger was on the bus. Spike Lee sucks though. I know he's still around. He sucks though. But so I think they did a really good job of representing a lot of people except the black conservatives. The black conservatives got fucked over when it comes to that because you got no voice. The moment that the black conservative came on, he was on the bus for like 5 minutes total, and then he got thrown off. Mauro Ronaldo, I wouldn't mind Mauro coming back, but I like Big Joseph. I like Big Joseph. In Too Deep, I wouldn't call it a classic. In Too Deep was too much like there's too many movies that's kind of just like In Too Deep. Like if you watch Deep Cover, would I say Deep Cover is a better movie than In Too Deep? I think In Too Deep has funnier stuff like with LL Cool J. You ain't no Cop J. Reed. That shit's fucking hilarious. But he also raped a dude with a pool stick, and I don't like that. I'm like, hell no, I don't need that. Hammerstone is massive. I think if the moment he goes to WWE, they're gonna test him and he's gonna piss through the bottle. He's gonna melt the bottle. Whatever that he piss in, he's gonna melt it. Because I'm telling you, he's definitely on something. He's on all of the somethings. Oh yeah, see, the thing is, the soundtrack of Deep Cover became the song, it became such a classic song that people forgot about the movie. And the movie is actually very good. MLW is promoting action figures? I didn't like Tales from the Hood, though. I hated Tales from the Hood. But I did like Clarence William III in Deep Cover, though. He was very good in that. He was as the police officer who was trying to talk Lawrence Fishburne. Didn't know that he was a cop, too. Oh, man, that shit was sad. He was so good as an actor, though. I hate that he died. But they really didn't. They really wasn't doing much with him anyway. This fucking Hollywood shit. MLW is just burning through money. I think what they stopped doing all these shows, and around the time they had to go to trial with WWE, that was a problem. This lawsuit got to be expensive as fuck. This lawsuit is expensive as hell, man. I don't see why they would do this. They're gonna probably have to sell that fucking company. I think unless MLW wins, they're gonna end up getting sold. Even if it's not to WWE, they're gonna end up getting sold. Because it was stupid to sue WWE. Even if they win, what are they gonna win? Really? Like what are they gonna win? But I don't think they're gonna win anyway. It's just a waste of money. Michael Clark Duncan, he was okay. He wasn't good in Daredevil though. He sucked in Daredevil. He wasn't a good Kingpin. He just had the size, and the size was good. Of course, I seen Life with Eddie Murphy and Martin Lawrence. I have goddamn Pulse. Of course, I seen that movie. New Jack City is an absolute classic. Yes, yes, Thick Boy is an SJW, woke, black like man. He's from Australia or something like that. He's the worst. He was the worst. He was not good in Impact either. He wrestled PCO a bunch of times. I think he might have had a good match with Alexander, but that's about it. He says the dad in Purple Rain. Purple Rain. I don't think I've seen Purple Rain, but I don't remember it like that. I don't remember Purple Rain that well. Why don't you purify yourself in the waters of Lake Minnetonka? I love Prince, but I never saw the desire to see Prince's movies more than once. Like I watched Moonwalker once, maybe. No, I do not watch She-Hulk. I do not watch Marvel TV shows anymore. I haven't watched them. I watched Black Panther for the first time 2 weeks ago. That's how. Like I saw, I skipped a bunch of Phase 1 movies. I'm sorry, or Phase 2 movies. I skipped some shits. I skipped a bunch of them. I skipped Captain Marvel. I skipped Black Panther. I skipped the second Ant-Man movie. I skipped a bunch of them shits. And then the TV shows, I skipped all of them. I didn't watch WandaVision. I didn't watch Winter Soldier and Captain America. I didn't watch none of that shit. I just went and watched Thor. And I was like, you know what? It's over. It says, Mongo, what you just said is the problem with movies today. Back then, we watched songs before the movies, and now we watch the movie because we are bored. The song is supposed to help us, everybody like the movie. If the soundtrack wasn't great, you could still enjoy the movie. Above the Rim had a good fucking song to go with the soundtrack, though. You know? So it was dope. New Jack City, no. Boys in the Hood started the whole hood movie phenomenon. You know, so without Boys in the Hood, you don't get like 90% of that shit is a ripoff of Boys in the Hood anyway. But New Jack City is absolutely tremendous. I remember watching that shit and saying to myself, Ice-T can't act for shit. He cannot act for shit. But it's still a great movie. You know, it's still a great movie. Because it's a cartoonish story, but it tells a pretty good story. Above the Rim is good too. It's a good movie too. It's a surprisingly good movie. Like I didn't like Above the Rim when I was a kid, but I watched it again as an adult, and I actually liked it a lot more. It felt like more like Tupac was just being Tupac in that movie. But I'm not a big fan of Tupac either. I don't want to get down that road though. I don't want to get down about how much I hate Tupac. It's a true manga. Without Boys in the Hood, we won't get Baby Boy. I hate Baby Boy. I hate Baby Boy. I hated that fucking movie. God, oof. Ugh. I hated that fucking film, dog. Baby Boy is an offensive fucking movie. It's a movie offensive as fuck, bro. It's a movie about a man-child. No. That movie sucked. Man, Michael Clark Duncan was a good Kingpin. We must didn't watch the same movie. Because that Daredevil film was not good. Right? It was not good. He had a great size to him, for sure. He looked like he might play a good Kingpin, but they didn't give him much to do. And then the Kingpin as a character is a lot more cerebral. And, you know, I think they scored it perfectly on the Daredevil TV show. I think if Michael Clark Duncan would have gotten the lines that, you know, Vincent D'Onofrio did when he played the Kingpin, it probably would have went better, you know, for sure. But I didn't like that. Okay, have fun with your opinion with Jonah. Lean on Me with Morgan Freeman. Oh shit. You smoke crack, don't you? That shit was hilarious. That shit was hilarious. You smoke crack, don't you? He's like, yes. He used to always, That kid used to get picked on in every fucking movie he was in. He got picked on in Juice. He got picked on in Lean on Me. I was like, God damn. I wish I remember what his name was, but he got picked on in every movie he was in. I don't have a favorite porn star because I don't remember porn stars' names. I really don't. I only remember a porn star's name if I see her outside of porn a lot. Like YouTube has started pushing Riley Reid on me for some reason. So that's like Riley Reid clips all over the place. That's the only way I would know who she was outside of porn, is if somebody continuously pushed that person in my face. Otherwise, I wouldn't know. Players Club was a really good movie too. I didn't like it at first, but I actually did come around on it. It says certain neighborhoods were like the Carter in the 80s and 90s here in New York City and around the country. Yeah, that's real shit. That's the thing about New Jack City that actually hit people so hard, is people started to see how real it was. You know, they started seeing how real it was. Everybody was like, yo, there's Nino Browns all over the place, and they all got the same kind of story. You know, they come back to the hood and start giving away turkeys and shit. And, you know, then somebody in some book somewhere writes about how they were the good guys the whole time. Like, people started doing with, like, the Crips and shit. Like, I knew I was in a weird place when I was in college and I was reading about the Crips and everything. And they were trying to pretend like the Crips were the good guys. Like, oh, they were formed to fight against police brutality. And I was looking like, what the fuck? The motherfucker who started the Crips killed a dude and, like, left him laying in the street. And he wasn't no cop. He was a fucking regular guy. Tookie Williams was a fucking murderer. And he killed another black man. And we sitting here having candlelight vigils for this motherfucker. Look, I understand we don't want the state to execute him, but get the fuck out of here with that whole we were created to protect the neighborhoods. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. Once that shit started taking over, man, I was like, hell no. I knew something was wrong with this shit. Like, I remember when dudes would get killed for Al-Wassam cokes around here. I used to be scared as hell to go outside. It was like 2002 or something like that. I might have been like, what, 17? You had an Al-Wassam or a Sherlin coat here in Detroit. He was getting murked for that bitch. It was killing dudes for Cartier frames and everything when I was a teenager. That shit was fucked up. Yeah, Bernie was locked up on Players Club. That shit was tremendous. It was tremendous. I think that's really the movie that kind of made him really, really famous. But he was really good in Bad Santa, too. Malibu's Most Wanted, I've never seen it. How to Be a Player, I've never seen that either. That's got Bill Bellamy in it, so I guarantee you I'm not going to watch that. I do not like Bill Bellamy. I do not like him. I do not like Jamie Foxx either. I will watch a movie with Jamie Foxx in it, but I do not like Jamie Foxx. I've never been a fan of Jamie Foxx. He's too much of a weirdo. Yes, Tookie killed multiple people, and he was involved with a bunch of people getting killed. You know, Bad Santa is my favorite Christmas movie. I love Bad Santa. It's fucking tremendous. Tookie Williams is a fucking asshole. Him and what's the name of the guy in Chicago? He's still locked up too. He started, I think, not the Vice Lords, but the Mighty Peastone Nation. Talking to gang members, man. I talk to gang members all the time. They're fucking idiots, man. But you get the idea that a lot of them, man, are just young boys who they didn't have any father figures, and this is what their uncles did. This is what their older cousins did, older brothers and shit like that. It's the same story again and again. You know, they don't understand their role in society. You know, they let somebody else dictate their masculinity and dictate, you know, what kind of shit they should take and who they should take shit off of. And it's tragedy all the fucking time, man. I talk to gay bakers all the time, bro. I used to work in a foster home. You know, you talk to these young boys, man. A lot of them go in there and they start stealing cars and shit, man. And you find out that it's because of what's the name? They was getting put up to it. Oh, they still wild in Detroit, but it was crazy as hell when I was a kid. It was wild as fuck. I was like, it seemed like every day I turned around, there was somebody getting killed over a Sherling coat in Detroit. It was, it was awful. It was awful. I was like, hell no, I didn't want to be outside. And the worst thing about it is niggas in Detroit started trying to act like niggas out west, and it was a problem. Everybody thought they was from fucking Oakland or something. You know, that shit pissed me off so bad because I was like, I was always, you grew up in Detroit, and you either got pulled one way or the other. Either you got pulled into like the New York type scene, or you got pulled into the West Coast scene. And then out of nowhere, it seemed like everybody started going West Coast. It was all Cartier frames, uh, the throwback jerseys and all that kind of shit they were doing out west. Everybody started rapping like Too Short. It was that everybody rapping like Too Short. That shit was awful. I could not stand it. I hated Detroit rap at that time. I hated it so much. The Blade Icewood era. I know a lot of people gonna be like, "You from Detroit? You don't like Blade Icewood?" That nigga sound like Too Short, man. He's just stealing from Too Short. Same fucking flow. Yeah, Detroit was wilding. Detroit was wilding. That shit was bad. It was bad. It didn't last long, but it was bad. Back when I was like a kid though, and he had like some of those Chicago gangs, like the what's the 6 Point Stars? What the fuck is those dudes? They was coming out of Chicago, and we had some of them in the hoods in Detroit. We didn't have a lot. Like we didn't really have gangs like New York. Like New York didn't really have gangs. Like LA had gangs. Like LA had like a real bad gang problem. And Chicago had a real bad gang problem. Detroit was if you're not from 7 Mile, don't say you from 7 Mile. If you're not from Mack Avenue, don't say you from Mack. Yes, the Black Disciples. But we had some of that shit. We ain't had no Bloods and we ain't had no Crips, not really. There might have been some here and there, but it wasn't a lot of them. But there was a lot of that neighborhood shit. You from 7 Mile better pile. To blow your fucking head off. The red zone. That shit's still going on today, though. That red zone shit is the worst. That shit is the worst. But yeah, Detroit we didn't have the same gang problems. We had different gang problems. But Black Disciples was fucked. I remember hearing a lot about them when I was a kid. I don't know, like that West Coast gang shit just infiltrated everybody, man. That shit was fucked. Cause I remember being a kid not seeing a lot of that stuff. I used to see the Black Disciple 6 Point Star every once in a while, but nobody ever like repped it and was like in your face with it. And then out of nowhere, I think it might have been around maybe 05, 06, I started seeing like legit Bloods in Detroit. And I was like, wait a minute. Like there's legit like blood sex in Detroit. Like we didn't do that kind of shit. We didn't do that kind of shit. Look, man, I'm telling you, WG Phil, I really definitely had my eyebrow up on the whole Patrick EC3 thing. I think there's more to it than they don't want to admit it. Yes, the Detroit West Coast pipeline, that shit pissed me off so badly because it seemed like Detroit flipped their whole thing. Our whole shit. We had our own little thing. And then all of a sudden, fucking Yuck Mouth is a top rapper in Detroit. I'm like, what? Yuck Mouth? I'm listening to Yuck Mouth through CDs and shit. I'm like, why? Why am I listening to Yuck Mouth all of a sudden? But it's like everybody wants to be like these Bay Area niggas. Everybody wants to be like E40 and shit. I don't know, man. I didn't like it. But it was that local shit though. Yeah, see, it was really only LA and Chicago that was really had gangs that bad. There was always crime and drugs and that kind of shit, but it was never gangs like that. Like you can't wear this color and all that kind of shit. We didn't have that problem. It was always, it was just kind of stay in your lane, and it's kind of by high school in Detroit too. So like if you went to a certain high school, it might be in a certain area that was pretty dangerous. You know, I think Pershing was one of those high schools. Fanny was another one. See, I went to Kettering. It was on Van Dyke, but it wasn't really like gang affiliated or anything like that. The only superstars from 2018 NXT are Johnny and Ciampa. Yeah, they the only ones still around, aren't they? Well, no, Finn Balor is still there. I don't think he wasn't in NXT at the time, but he's still there. Kevin Owens is still there too. I think he was before them too. Riddle came right after them. I think that's really what it was, is that, you know, the rap shit really kind of took gang culture national. You know, especially when Lil Wayne started talking about he was the blood and all that shit. That really helped, you know, because it was him and it was gang. Then you had Dipset was, for some reason, they was wrapped up in that. And I don't know why they was wrapped up in it, because they weren't really like, you know, I don't know what the fuck they were doing. They somehow got wrapped up in it. Eminem is not from Detroit. He's from Warren, Michigan. He's from the suburbs. But I do remember, I tell you this, there was a local video station. They used to come on in Detroit when Eminem blew up. They hated him. They hated him. Detroit is a city of haters, for sure. You blow up in Detroit, motherfuckers gonna try to kill you. So you had, but it wasn't really Eminem that was the problem. What ended up happening was he signed Royce da 5'9", and then Royce da 5'9" got big mouthed, and he started talking about he was the king of Detroit and all this shit. Nigga used to ride around the city with cameras, looking for where Royce da 5'9" lived, because they said he was going to kill him. They ran the nigga out of the city. It turned out that he didn't even live in Detroit. He lived in Oak Park, which is also a suburb of Detroit. So he ended up, after his album flopped, his first album, after that flopped, they kind of took him under his wing because he finally had failed. He had to admit he wasn't the king of Detroit. So then he did this song with Blade Icewood. They did songs for each of his albums. When he did that, you know that they had him under their thumb, you know. So there was, for a while there, it was kind of hot because everybody was kind of pissed. Like, who the fuck is? Everybody was just kind of like the white boy who cares. But when it was like the black dudes, specifically Royce da 5'9", they weren't really that pissed off at D12. But Royce da 5'9" specifically, when he came out and started calling himself the king of Detroit and all that shit, it got bad. It got bad real quick. And it was going to get worse because there was a lot of dudes that was really willing to fuck him up. Eminem was kind of untouchable for a while. And then the whole shit with Trick happened, you know. So that was different. That was different. That was a different time. But Detroit's a city of haters, man. You know, you can't, you're not allowed to have anything. Yuck Mouth was whack. Only good song was the Loonies. I Got 5 on it. I agree. I didn't hate Yuck Mouth, but he wasn't that good either. Like, if you never listened to a Yuck Mouth album, you didn't miss anything. But I Got 5 on it is a must listen. Have you ever heard Ghetto Jam by Domino? Here we go, 1, 2, 3, and this is out the Ghetto Jam. I don't think I've ever heard that song. I don't think I've ever heard that song at all. But yeah, Yuck Mouth, I don't know. He was featured on everybody's shit. There was a lot of Too Short. There was a lot of E40. There's a lot of niggas from the Bay in Detroit, like all the time. Then BG moved to Detroit for a short time because of Katrina. So he was living in Detroit for a while. He was all over everybody's shit too. That was a fun time though, because BG seemed to have fun in Detroit. So that was actually not bad. Because BG is a cool dude. You know, a bit of a knucklehead, but he's very cool. He didn't cause no problems or anything like that. That West Coast shit caused a lot of problems. Yes, Belly was great, but Nas is awful. Nas is awful. Lori Lightfoot is this the mayor of Chicago, and she's the shits. How is Detroit as it relates to out of towners? I'm guessing it depends. You know, it's like I said, it's a city of haters, but it's mostly hating on people who came from Detroit. Like there was a lot of people who hated like Big Sean. A lot of people hated him. I knew people who went to high school with him. So much hate for Big Sean. Not for any particular reason. They just didn't fucking like the guy. You know, just don't fucking like him. And you know, it's just kind of like, wow, whatever. But it depends on the out of towners. I think it depends on the out of towners come from, what they're trying to do, and everything. But they welcomed New York niggas with open arms. They welcomed BG with open arms. He came from New Orleans. They welcomed Too Short, E40, and all them niggas in. You know, they didn't really have a problem with most out of towners here in Detroit during that era. What's your opinion on Slaughterhouse breakup? I kind of saw it coming. Everybody, they were based off of being battle rappers and being, you know, competitive. And there's only so much of that friendly competition you can do before niggas start catching feelings. You know, that's just that's a good question. Who don't people hate in Detroit? It's like the thing about Shotas is I heard a lot about it before I seen it. And then I was like, all right, I heard it was a really good movie. And then I watched it and I was like, wait a minute. It's like a 2-hour rap video. I was like, oh no, it's like a 2-hour rap video. But I haven't seen it in a long time though. I haven't seen Shotas in a long time. But Belly was tremendous. Everything about Belly is great. How they use the cameras. DMX was really good in Belly. His character had layers. Nas' character had layers too, but Nas is just a garbage actor. He's just garbage. He just was not good. He just wasn't good at acting. It was crazy to me that they wait. I thought they put Nori in it, but I was thinking of State Property. State Property is the movie that got Nori in it, and Nori was funny as fuck in that shit. He's funny in everything. Nori is great. That Back to Life shit was crazy too. They did the remix. How do you want it? Whatever do you need it? However do you want it? Oh yeah, Benny Boom. He did all those music videos for Belly. But I was talking about the 2-hour music video. I was talking about Shotas. I knew Benny Boom did the wait. Yeah, it was Benny Boom. He did Belly. Belly was tremendous though. I watched clips of Drink Champs. I don't watch Drink Champs. Like I don't watch all the way through. I watch clips. Like I was really disappointed in Irv Gotti. And all the stuff that he has been saying about Ashanti. Like he needs to stop it. That nigga's a grown man, dog. He needs to stop that shit. Stop being a fucking simp. She ain't thinking about you, dog. It's only making him look bad. You know? That shit disappointing as fuck. Oh yeah, you're right. It's Hype Williams. You're right. It was Hype Williams. I know because as it was because I knew it was somebody who did videos, and I was thinking, like, I kept saying, like, it can't be, but like, I don't know directors, so yeah, it was Hype Williams. You're right, because he did a bunch of music videos around that time too. His music videos was really dope. Like his music videos were fire. I think he did Jadakiss Knock Yourself Out video. My God, that video was tremendous. The baby girl was in it though. Look at all. She was the video girl of the era. I'm trying to remember her name right now. I'm pretty sure somebody knows it. Ja Rule sucks. That's why. Busta Rhymes, was that a Hype Williams video? I'm pretty sure that was before the Hype Williams era, wasn't it? But he did the fisheye. He was the first to do the fisheye lens on the camera and everything. That video was very inventive. Why do people hate Ja Rule? because he's derivative in everything that he does, he's like a second rate everything. You know, he's just literally second rate everything. Yeah, the Jada Kid, Melissa Ford, yes, absolutely. Thank you. Melissa Ford was in pretty much every other video, and she was fucking gorgeous. Jesus Christ. And she was in Knock Yourself Out. She was amazing in that joint. I was like, oh boy. I remember being a kid, like, I cannot believe this woman. She was so gorgeous. And then I started seeing her in magazines and everything. Then I fucked around and read one of those articles, and I was like, oh shit, this bitch. Oh, that bitch. But she got paid a grip to be in those videos, man. She was very popular. She was on like cover of King magazine and Double XL and a bunch of shit. She had her moment in the sun. She cashed in big. He said, we seen you dipping your toes into anime. Do you think you'll do videos on Super Sentai? There's a website that is officially licensed in the show. You could do some good retrospectives from the series. I'll consider doing it because I'm rewatching Naruto now. Now, I watched Naruto when I was a kid, but I didn't see Shippuden. I never got to Shippuden. And I don't remember that much about it. So I'm going back through and watching Naruto all over again. But that's going to be a trek. I watched all of I'm caught up on Demon Slayer. I'm caught up on Spy Family. And now I'm watching Naruto. But I know that Naruto has a bunch of Buffy the Body. Oh yeah, she was bad too. Esther Baxter was a bad motherfucker too. It was crazy, and I found out that Esther Baxter was fucking Joe Budden, and then that he beat her up and threw her down a flight of stairs or some crazy shit. And I was like, what? You know, what? He beat her up and threw her down a flight of stairs. I'm like, wow. But then again, she probably made that shit up. So I don't know. Esther Baxter was my favorite though. She was like her and Melissa Ford was my favorite. Buffy the Body, I just saw her everywhere, all over the place. Have you ever heard of Freaknik? Yeah, in Atlanta, yeah, I heard of it. I never been down there before though. Ja Rule had a nice little run, you know, a good little 2-3 year run. But again, he just came across a secondary everything to me. I was just kind of like, he wants to take parts of Tupac, parts of DMX, and just kind of mix these shit together. And then he want to do the sing song shit that Nelly was doing. I'm just kind of like, man, look, y'all niggas can have it. I listened to 3 Ja Rule albums, and I didn't pay for any of them. I listened to Beanie Beanie Beachy. I like the songs he did with Jay-Z and DMX. I like that record. I listened to Blood in My Eye because it was a diss record, and I actually bought that one. That was a mistake on my part. I bought it used, by the way. I used to buy all my albums used. It was actually okay, but Ja Rule just wasn't my speed. Just wasn't for me. Yeah, I heard a lot about Super Sentai. I've heard a lot about it. I heard a lot about what's the name too? What was that? Knights of the Zodiac? But I could, if it's got like 100 or some odd episodes into it, dog, I'm telling them to get lost. That's why I never got into One Piece. I feel like I'm just forever behind One Piece. I'll never catch up ever. I never finished Attack on Titan either, which is my fault. I actually loved Attack on Titan in the early seasons, and then they got weird on me, and I kind of trailed off. What are some models you liked back then, Mongo? We're talking about some of them. Melissa Ford, Esther Baxter was another one. There's probably some more that I can't think of. You know the rapper PNB Rock that got killed? No, I don't listen to a lot of young rappers. I never heard of him until he died. That's just kind of how it is for a lot of those guys now. I don't hear about them until they get killed. He says it's 50 episodes per season. Oh, okay, that ought to be not too bad. Like I like Lupin the Third. Like I love Lupin, but I can never keep track of what series I'm watching. Or you know, like people's like you can keep track of the Lupin series by what color his jacket is. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm just sitting here. I'm just watching Lupin, bro. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Like I'm watching them out of order. I don't know what's going on, bro. But I love Lupin. I liked it when it was on Adult Swim. I wanted to get the manga, but I know the manga is out of print, so I'm gonna have to get the what's the name, the greatest hits joint. I'm gonna have to get that. I've been meaning to get it too. I could get it tomorrow. Shit, I ain't got nothing else to do. But no, I never heard of PNB Rock. I've been that's like I never heard of that XX10 guy. I never heard of none of these kids until they get killed, man. And it's a shame because, you know, it's like some of them are. I actually had plans, believe it or not, that I was going to play the Jason Whitlock, what he said about this PNB Rock thing. That was one of the things that I put on my list of things to talk about, but we never got around to it. Maybe we'll do it some other time. That was one of the things I wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about the Nielsen, talk about cable and all that kind of stuff. I want to talk about Visa and MasterCard and all these, you know, companies that are now starting to license or separate gun sales from other kinds of sales. All that stuff was going to be stuff I was going to talk about. He said Super Jetman, Diet Ranger, and Time Ranger. I watched Devilman. Does that count? I've been wondering. I want to read Devilman manga, but it's like $40 for that big thing, and I don't want to pay for that. Random shit. Did you fuck with the Rockefeller camp? Yes, I love state property. Beanie Siegel is one of my favorite rappers. Beanie Siegel, Memphis Bleak is one of my least favorite, but Beanie Siegel is one of my favorite rappers. For me, it took a turn for the best when Dipset joined in because I love everything Dipset. I'm wildly entertained by Dipset. I noticed that Jay-Z changed his flow when he met Young Chris too. A lot of people don't want to talk about that, but he did. Mongo, if you was a rapper, would you go independent? Yes, because the 360 deal is absolute bunk. It's bunk. And I remember being really into rap when that thing was created. When I started hearing about 360 contracts, I was like, what the fuck? You know, like, why would you ever sign that thing? And people were signing them shits. And I did just commonplace in rap. Like, that's stupid. I would never sign that shit. That shit dumb. Oh, go listen to Beanie, Dad, Where Have You Been? You'll cry from that shit too. You know, that shit would make you cry. You know, Beanie Siegel that boy was special. You know, then he got hit with the DOC situation. His voice changed. I think he had like a kidney removed or something like that. But Beanie Siegel is one of my favorite rappers. I'm talking like insane. He's tremendous. Beans is top tier rapper. You know, I don't think he ever made a hit record. But he's a top tier rapper. Maybe Feeling in the Air might have been the song that he's known for. But he was tremendous. Were you a fan of Big L or LL Cool J? Yes, I'm a big Bigger and Deffer is one of my favorite albums. It's LL Cool J, Bad. I love that album. Big L, tremendous. Lifestyles of the Poor and Dangerous. I really like that song MVP off that joint. There's a couple of other joints on the Big L album that I really like. The first album. Now the Big Picture, the second album, it was a pastiche. He died before that joint was made. He died before it was finished, rather. I heard a lot of the mixtape stuff he did with Cameron and all them niggas when he was Children of the Corn. It was a bit much for me, you know. Cameron, when he was younger, was trying to rap too much. Bleak and Jay from my neighborhood. Oh, that's dope. You can be biased on Jay. You got to tell the truth about Bleak, though. Rock the Mic, Mongo with Freeway. I remember being a pretty good fan of Freeway. Rock the Mic was like a big Beanie Siegel song. I don't hear that much that often anymore. I hear Feel It in the Air a lot more on the radio than I hear Rock the Mic. But Rock the Mic was dope. Yeah, for sure. How influential was Scarface? I mean, God. Before Outkast, there was the Ghetto Boys. Now I know that there's two different versions of the Ghetto Boys. There's the Big Mike version of the Ghetto Boys, and there's the Scarface version of the Ghetto Boys. But everybody knows about the Scarface version of the Ghetto Boys. All right, everybody knows that. So, and Scarface, he didn't write all the lyrics, so he wasn't like the Ice Cube of the South, like everybody thinks he is. He never wrote Bushwick Bill's verses. I think my man's wrote Bushwick Bill's verses. But Scarface, when he went solo, oh, he was tremendous. He was tremendous. Same Property as a movie. When it started going into the comedy realm, I think it was probably a little bit better. The first movie, Scarface is tremendous though. As a rapper, The Untouchable, boy, he did that whole album high on coke. I read about it in Double XL. He was zooted off of cocaine, did that whole album. That shit was great. His first album was fantastic. He got his own version of what's the name of the hit too. Damn, that's right on the tip of my tongue. He did a song with Ice Cube. What's it called? The Hand of the Dead Body. Ice Cube and Scarface. That shit is tremendous. Like, yeah. The thing is, man, Ghetto Boys' discography is not as deep as the NWA one. Their bloodline ain't as deep either. The NWA is responsible for pretty much all the gangster rap outside of like Ice-T. Like outside of Ice-T, which came, kind of parallel to the NWA, it's responsible for pretty much everybody, man. Bone, Snoop Dogg, Dogg Pound, Dr. Dre, the whole fucking 9 yards. You can't really fuck with that. Scarface was influenced to like Outkast and UGK and stuff like that, but there's no direct line there. There's a direct line between NWA and like all of these other different groups and everything. So that was crazy. But Scarface, yes, absolutely. Gangster Rap Made Me Do It. Ice Cube, Scarface, and Nas. Yeah, I remember that track. I remember that. That's back when I was going through my Ice Cube phase. I listened to that. Scarface and Nas did a pretty dope record. I think it was on Nostradamus. Was it on Nostradamus or was it on was it on Nostradamus? No, I'm not thinking of DMX. Scarface and Nas, they did a song together. I might be thinking of DMX. I think it was on it was written, but third album. Not It Was Written, the one after that. Before Nostradamus. The one that had Nas's like on it. I think DMX was on that album. But I think Scarface was on there too. I know, I'm pretty sure Nas was on Scarface's Def Jam album too. I'm going to keep forgetting. Crazy Bone is my favorite member of Bone Thugs and Harmony. Favorite for a favorite. Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Yep. Favorite for a favorite. That shit's dope. Yeah. But Crazy Bone, I actually like Crazy Bone as solo artist too. I was just listening to the other day to Until We Rich, which is Ice Cube and Crazy Bone. And you could Crazy just does the hook on it, but it's butter. It's just absolute butter. And I remember reading a lot that became a problem with Bone, is that Crazy started doing most of the hooks. And it's like, but he's good at it. Look, I know Busy is good at doing hooks too. Yes, I get it. Busy is supposed to be the singer of the group. I get it. But Crazy is a little bit more professional. Says, didn't Mac 100 do a song with Ice Cube Face called You Delinquent? That was Players Club soundtrack with Bernie was getting shot at the end. I guess you would mean Mac 10. Wasn't a big fan of Mac 10, but I did like the song. I do like West Side Connection. I like the first album. Let's put it like that. That first album, the Gangster, the Killer, and the Dope Dealer. That shit was hard. See You at the Crossroads was very sad. I'm surprised that kind of rap song was even a hit, if we're being honest. I think it was a hit probably because of how original and unique it was. And then a bunch of people started trying to do it. Like there's a bunch of people coming out with their own version of the Crossroads. The only one that they even reached it anywhere near was One Day with UGK, and they had Ron Isley on it. Oh God, that song's tremendous. It took me forever to get into UGK, but my God, I love UGK. Man, I hate that Pimp C died, man. I think we'd all be better off if UGK Pimp C was still alive. Yeah, everybody started kind of doing that kind of rap saying thing, where they kind of like Bone was like the Thug Temptations, which I thought was very original and with some shit. Now they weren't really the first to do it because Nice and Smooth was doing it too. Nice and Smooth was doing that shit in the late '80s. They did a song. They did an album. What the fuck was it called? I don't remember. But they kind of was rap singers, but they never really cracked through like Bone did. When Bone came through, and it was like 5 teenage boys, and you're like, what the fuck, you know? And they from Cleveland of all places. You're like, wow, you know. You're like, what? And the youngest of them is like 14. Busy was like 14 at the time. That shit was crazy. You know, they came out and it was killing it. But yeah, Nice and Smooth, they just do rap singing. Kool Moe Dee used to rap fast. So did Kool G Rap. Even though Twister tried to take all the credit for it. No, he wasn't the first. I'm not a big fan of Kool Moe Dee, but I remember him. Sometimes I ride, sometimes I ride quick. Yep. Pregnant pussy. Well, what about Blowjob Betty? What about Blowjob Betty? I think Blowjob Betty might be one of the most vulgar songs ever made. MOP, kind of bland hardcore rap. I think everybody like Annie Up. I like Cold as Ice. That's just the singles. I listen to their albums, but nothing really jumps out at me. It's kind of blandly hardcore rap, boots and jeans shit. You know, like I think everybody knows Andy Up if you start playing it, but I don't think you're gonna make it tell you anything else. It's kind of like Onyx. Onyx is very generic in that way too. But yeah, I think Blowjob Betty might be a little bit more vulgar. Blowjob Betty is out of control. There's a lot of Too Short records that are absolutely disturbing. Yeah, Uncle Luke, they were going so far that they were trying to get thrown off the radio. You know, I think they were being politically minded with their shit. Like, 2 Live Crew was going too far. They was going too hard. You know, they was going too hard. And I think Too Short was going too hard too. Like, it's one thing for you to just kind of be a little bit disrespectful, like Snoop Dogg was. It's another thing for you guys to just be going ham, like that's my gimmick. You know, it's kind of like, wait a minute. But even UGK, like, one of their favorite songs is "Let Me See It," Bend Over, Let Me See It. It's a stripper song. Let me see it. Let me see it. Bend over, let me see it. I'm like, oh God, what the fuck? And it's like real gross because he's like, let me see your hairy asshole. You're like, what? That ain't sexy at all, bro. Ain't sexy at all, brother. I don't think about no hairy assholes. Weirdo. That's Pimp C for you, though, man. That dude didn't give a fuck. And I think everybody could appreciate that Jay-Z pulled UGK into the mainstream. You know, he fucked up when he did that because once everybody was exposed to Pimp C, it was over with. You know, Pimp C just had a fucking ball. We were already talking about sex and music. Like, there's sex all up and through the soul era. There's sex and music. It's just, it was done in a more subtle and tasteful way. And then it got vulgar. Like, and then the R&B got vulgar. And now the shit, there's no difference between the two. And all the rap is vulgar as fuck. and the girls are vulgar as fuck. These female rappers are vulgar as shit. I cannot stand it. It is so gross. Did you like On My Block with Scarface? Absolutely. Oh, I love the video too. You should go watch the video to that if you've never seen the video to it. That was tremendous. You know, that album was phenomenal, by the way. He had a joint on there, I think, with Faith Evans. Knockout. Absolute knockout. You know, my baby daddy. Ugh. Ugh. I get it. I get why people hate rap. I really do. Like when I see like I used to try to defend rap from the old fuddy duddies like the Jason Whitlocks and everything, man. But then I got old too, man. And I was like, this shit ain't funny no more. You know, like it's not funny, man. You know, it wasn't. It's fucked up the kind of shit that we put out in the universe. You know, but it was meant for entertainment. It wasn't meant to be taken seriously as people take it. You know, but people do. They take this shit so seriously now. But like I said, My Block. That was, you know, that was, man. It was a nice little reminisce, and it was a nice little bounce back from Look Into My Eyes and the album. What was that album called? Last of a Dying Breed. It was a nice little pick me up from that. Yeah, man, you got to do something different, man. You got to grow up at some point. I think that's because I went from listening to more mainstream rap to listening to mostly older rappers, then listening to a lot of boom bap and a lot of stuff like that. Yeah, the video to go with My Block was tremendous. It was special. That was one of the final times I think I watched a music video and was like, wow, this complements the song like perfectly, you know, because it's him reminiscing about basically his childhood, you know, and his neighborhood and everything and the people in it. It's just had a charm to it. And it has a great charm to it because I can remember those days for myself, you know. So it had a unique feel to it when it comes to, you know, the message that he was trying to put forward in that joint. Face is great. You know, he did who was those young boys that he did that album with? There's like 2 or 3 records on there that I even liked. The Product, they did an album called 100. There's even a couple of joints on there that I really like. I'm trying to think of what the name of one of them is. I can't remember. But I remember when he did that shit with The Product. That was one of the last things I listened to because I kind of fell off on rap after that. But it was like an underground thing. It was really good. Let's see. Now we got women like Cupcake and songs like Deep Throat. Yeah, I mean, I've heard like, you know, Cardi B and stuff like that. Just be like, man, I don't know if people listen to this shit. You know, like there's nothing there, man. It's not even sexy. It's just ugly. It's just ugly inside and out. The Ghetto Boys were mind playing tricks on me. They was on drugs, B. And it wasn't on weed. They was on some hard shit. Bushwick Bill couldn't write his own verse, but he did it. He did it okay. He was more of the mascot than anything. That version of the Ghetto Boys is fine. The first version of the Ghetto Boys is fine too, but the second version is obviously infinitely. He also got a solo version of My Mind Playing Tricks on Me. He released it for his album. His first album, I forget what it's called, but it had the solo version of My Mind Playing Tricks on Me. It's just all Scarface. I just couldn't believe he had Ice Cube on that joint, though. I was very excited about that. So I was like, wow, these guys are You know, finally doing records together, and I didn't know it. I wish they'd have did more songs together. You know, it seemed like Scarface and Ice Cube would have been a perfect little marriage. You know, of similar style, similar subject matter. Ice Cube is a little bit more of a harder edge, I think, with the fucking wanting to yell into the microphone and shit. But that lynch mob stuff, I could have done without that. I could have done without the lynch mob stuff. I'm sorry, but I did like the West Side Connection. Yeah, two legends on the record almost always a good idea, unless somebody. It's hard to find a song that had two legends on it that was kind of whack. You know, I'm trying to think of one now. You want Ice Cube and Dr. Dre to do, or Ice Cube and Scarface to do a versus? Oh, wow. Well, I think Ice Cube will win that, if we're being honest. But Scarface has got Smile. He's got Smile is the big one though, because Tupac is on it. So I know a lot of people are gonna be interested in that. But Ice Cube got Bow Down. You know, Bow Down is tremendous. I mean, it is. And he got the Nigga You Love to Hate. He just got so many records on there, man. Ice Cube has just got some joints. I don't know about I think Busy Bone stole the Friday soundtrack. But he also got the You Could Do It, Put Your Back Into It. I think most people will remember that. Maybe they would, maybe they wouldn't. That song old as hell, and I haven't heard it in forever. You can do it, put your back into it. You can do it, throw that ass into it. That doesn't seem like an Ice Cube song, though. It just doesn't feel like an Ice Cube song to me. You know? Which, it is what it is. It felt like he was jumping out of his square to make something else. Damn, I'm way over the time I had allotted. I was only supposed to go off at 11, but I'm going to go ahead and go to 12. We Be Clubbing? Oh, that doesn't seem like an Ice Cube song either. I don't think Ice Cube ever been in a club in his life. I don't think he's ever been in a club in his life. I mean, come on. It just like he was just trying to stay relevant. He's making that kind of shit. You know? But I think he really did a good job on the with like Stand Tall and The Taken Nation. That shit was dope. Yeah, the War and Peace album, I'm kind of it was mid. It was mid. It was mid as hell. Just another example of why double disc albums are probably not the best idea. Even though it was released as two separate albums, and then later it was compiled into one album, it's probably better for you not to do that. You know, like it's probably not a good idea to do that whole shit. It's not a good idea. There's just so much music, and not most of it is not worth paying too much attention to. But that was when he was fighting to stay relevant anyway. I think LL Cool J was going through that around that same time too. But LL Cool J was doing a good job though. Like he did like Ill Bomb. Then he did his little lightweight R&B shit. This was late 90s, mid to late 90s. And then he got into that beef with Cannabis. That was in what, 97, 98? Then he did like the Jack the Ripper shit. But yeah, like all those dudes from the 80s, they were struggling. How to Survive in South Central was fun. That was a good song. I like that song too. The Nigga You Love to Hate is one of my favorite tracks though. Cause that shit hit the right point. But Lethal Injection is a really good album. It's a low key album. Like everybody knows Death Certificate is really good, but Lethal Injection is a really good album too. Um, Ice Cube first 3 to 4 is really good. It kind of hit a skid after that, but I did like I know I mentioned it a bunch of times already. I did like West Side Connection. Only time I actually like Mac 10, by the way. Oh yeah, I like the Mac 10 Bush Cassidy Dub C song. What is it called? This is how it was supposed to roll. Yeah, Ice Cube thought he was Chuck D at the time. He thought he was Chuck D. He was doing all the Chuck D shit. He was doing political shit like Black Korea. Um, he had it was like I think it was a bird in the hand. That was a pretty dope song too. A bird in the hand is worth more than a bush. Um, he just had a lot of joints at the time. He was finding his own voice, which was really good. But he was struggling in the late '90s when he started making movies. He was struggling as a rapper. He hadn't give up the ghost yet. You know, that was sad. That was a sad time for Ice Cube. He was trying to do both, and it wasn't working out. Ghetto Bird was really good. Yeah, I like Ghetto Bird. That was dope. Endangered Species. Oh yeah. He was struggling hard. Oh God. Um, I think he did a compilation album around that same time that had Hello on it. I gotta give him credit for that. Hello was hard. You know, that was hard. That was a hard joint. That was supposed to be did you hear his new album, Everything is Corrupt? I probably did hear it, but I don't remember it. I probably did hear it and don't remember it. I when I go to his YouTube channel, listen to like random songs, it takes me a while to remember like these songs are from like old ass albums. Because for some reason he's making new videos for old albums. It might have been on the soundtrack for Menace to Society, but it was also on his album. It was there was another one joint too that I was trying to think of. There was another joint specifically. You'll make me look it up, which I'm about to do right now. I'm about to look this shit up right now. Because I know exactly it's on the tip of my tongue. But Ice Cube had some joints. He also got into that little beef with Tupac, which was stupid. It was a stupid beef. Because Tupac was looking for somebody to get upset about. It was dumb. Oh yeah, that Bop Gun song. I didn't care for that. I'm looking at it. What is this? When I Get to Heaven. Yeah, that's the song that I really like. I like that. I really like When I Get to Heaven. It's on Lethal Injection. I'm sitting here, y'all made me look it up. So I was trying to figure out when it was. It was the Pocket Full of Stones is fun. It's a fun record, but it's opposed to Bubba. It's one of my favorite like early UGK songs. But once you get to Riding Dirty, UGK is phenomenal. Like early UGK is good, but when you get to Riding Dirty, it's bangers from that point forward. Diamonds and Wood, oh, Diamonds and Wood was crazy. Diamonds and Wood was crazy. Yeah. Yeah, Diamonds and Wood was insane. Brand Nubian, I like one song from Brand Nubian. And that was from their later album, not from the early shits. Man's Best Friend, A Bird in the Hand. That was from the Death Certificate. Okay. All right. Kill at Will. That's the album I was thinking of. That was the EP though. Oh, Spice One, absolutely, Spice One. In my neighborhood, Spice One. Oh, that Spice One doesn't get no credit. He deserves so much more credit than he actually gets for the sort of sound that comes out of the West Coast. Spice One is tremendous, bro. Like, I'm really a big fan of Spice One. You can listen to Spice One joints today, and they still hold up. Welcome to the ghetto. Yeah, I listened to Mobb Deep a little bit. I like the first album of Mobb Deep. That first album was hard as fuck. Not Juvenile Hill, the official first album was hard as fuck. I'm not a huge fan of Mobb Deep though. You know, just me and Prodigy, I don't like Havoc at all, really. I like his production, but I really don't like Havoc at all. But me and Prodigy, we have an off and on thing. I was listening to Young Black Entrepreneurs the other day, Prodigy and BG. I was listening to that shit, and I was like, man, they don't make shit like this no more. But then when you go back, and that shit was crazy. Spice One is super underrated. Yes, absolutely. They're not gonna get no credit until he dies. That's unfortunate. I think he got shot, a couple of years ago, and people thought he was gonna die, and he got a lot of love and a lot of appreciation off of that. But he ended up living. So then that was kind of like, oh well, he survived. So we can act like he didn't exist again. But like Spice One influenced Tupac, and people don't want to give him no credit for nothing. It's like he he influenced Tupac. So like a lot of people are kind of sleep on Spice One. They'll catch up to it eventually. They'll catch up eventually. But America's Nightmare is my favorite joint. I never listened to Mac Dre. I never found the time to listen to Mac Dre. I think I probably tried to listen to him right after he died, but I just never got into it. Yeah, Tupac is actually on one of Spice One albums too. He's just kind of like he's not really like a young boy, but he's just kind of on it. Like, what you mean, Tech Nine or Method Man? Why can't we like both of them? Method Man is one of the goats, and Tech Nine is very good. I got into Tech Nine around KOD, King of Darkness. I like that, and I like Killer. I like those two albums from Tech Nine, and I think I tried to listen to everything before it, but it wasn't really my thing. Yeah, Tupac was a backup dancer, and a lot of people don't really. And he was he wanted to be a rapping Black Panther. Like he wanted to be like what Brand Nubian and all them cats was. That's what he wanted to be, and it didn't quite work out for him. He was flopping. His albums weren't doing too good. So then he kind of flipped to being a gangster rapper. And talking about Tupac is just very weird because people get real shitty about Tupac. They get real protective, but I just gotta tell the fucking truth, man. I listened to the guy's fucking albums, dog. They were okay. When he started going hard on people, that was from the guys he was being influenced with at the time. If it wasn't for Tech Nine, we wouldn't have Eminem. I don't know. I think he's definitely been around before Eminem, but I don't know. I think Eminem, when Eminem was on Art of Rap and was talking about his influences, I could hear his influences, like Rakim, Treach from Naughty by Nature. I could hear those dudes in Eminem rhyme schemes. I don't know about Tech Nine. Coolio is a one-hit wonder. No, he only got Gangsta's Paradise. He ain't got nothing else. It's a hit though. It's a big song, but he ain't got nothing else. And I think mostly the hook did the favors. Living those style lives. With a fat guy like Keith Lee was singing the hook on that joint. Back to Spice One for a minute. Strap on the Side. Go listen to that joint. God, Three Strikes. That joint was hard. I'm cheating because I'm looking it up. But my favorite Spice One song is the opening to Black Bossolini, The Thug in Me. Remember the Panther movie soundtrack for Notorious and Tretch. What's your favorite Dr. Dre album? Well, it's got to be The Chronic because I don't rate anything after The Chronic came out, so I really don't pay much attention. Um, what was this? Was it 2001? It was cool, but I think The Chronic was basically it was the perfect encapsulation of everything he was doing before that. Of all the NWA stuff he was doing before that, he was trying to perfect that sound. He was trying to The Chronic and Doggy Style are sister albums. Like you literally could like swap some of those songs on those albums and it'll still be dope, you know. But The Chronic is phenomenal. But I think no one can do it better, which is also a Dr. Dre album because he produced that. It is probably one of the best albums he's ever put together. You know, Heavy D and the Boys. I never listened to Heavy D. I never really was that into that kind of rap, like the MC Hammer, Heavy D kind of shit. I was never really into that. The DOC, you should listen to him though. Listen to that first album. That shit is hard body. That shit is nuts. I think it was Grand Finale of the song on there. I wish I could play music on YouTube without getting a copyright strike. Because I definitely want to play pieces of the Spice One joint. Still Dre is like, I think Snoop Dogg added so much to that song, man. Like his inflection, his voice. Like that's the best thing about Snoop Dogg is how smooth his voice is. Like there are certain people like him and Crazy Bone, they just have like the smooth voice. It makes them fit perfectly on shit. And Snoop was great on Still Dre. You know, you could tell that he stopped writing Dre's verses though. He said I had all the CDs. I got most of these CDs too though. I got a CD case around here somewhere. It's right here. I got a bunch of CDs on this bitch. You know, a lot of this stuff that I'm talking about I got on CD. Except I think I don't have the Spice One stuff on CD, which I need to get, you know, eventually, if I ever decide to buy some more CDs. The next episode, I think, was also in 2001, right? The next episode. This Snoop Dogg just adds so much to the Dr. Dre records, man. He adds so much to those records. You know, the fact of the matter is, dog, I don't know if I would listen to Dr. Dre without either Ice Cube or Snoop Dogg on it. I'm like, I don't know, man. I know he did it. I listened to the most recent album too, where it had like Kendrick Lamar all up and through it and everything, because that was his new project. He was going to really put the Kendrick Lamar on, and he successfully did it. He got everybody to buy the drink the Kendrick Lamar Kool-Aid. Not saying that he's whack or anything like that, because I was a fan in 2009. I'm just saying that, you know, he pushed him kind of heavy. You know, he pushed him very heavy, and eventually it got over. Oh no, Bone Crusher, I'm not fucking with that. He was a one-hit wonder too. Very, very much so. Oh no, Bone Crusher, I'm not fucking with that. He was a one-hit wonder too. Very, very much. Oh, somehow my own voice is popping back at me. I don't know what. How was I doing that? But yeah, he was. That's back when Atlanta started taking over, which was a mistake. It was a mistake to ever let country niggas start taking over the rap game. They could add to it. It was a mistake to let country niggas take over. That was a mistake. Because they really didn't have anything to talk about. The South got something to say, and it's all stripper music. It's like that's all they had to say. It says T.I. I like, but not that much. But I do like how you want to do that. How you want to do that. I like T.I. I like early T.I. I like the first 3 albums of T.I. I liked I'm Serious. I'm one of the few people who actually probably listened to that fucking album all the way through. I like trap music, and I like Urban Legend. After that, take it or leave it. Like T.I. versus T.I.P. is the last time I really listened to anything he made. I like most of that album. I hate the gimmick though. The gimmick was stupid because Cassidy had just did that with what was it, Cassidy versus the Hustler. He had just did that, you know. So T.I. basically was biting Cassidy. There's a bunch of other people also doing that whole alter ego thing at the same time. What's the worst Wu-Tang album you ever heard? It's probably, oh God. Is it shit? It's one of those joints. That's a good one. That's a good question. Because it's hard because a lot of the Wu-Tang albums, and they admitted this after the second one, was a pastiche where basically they was spitting random verses and they didn't know where the songs were going. And they weren't like in the studio making albums. 8 Diagrams, I think, where it became very, very obvious that they were not working together. You know, I think 8 Diagrams made it very obvious they weren't working together. That album that had Gravel Pit on it, I was kind of like, I didn't really like that either. I really only like the first 2 Wu-Tang albums, we'll be honest. You know, Enter the 36 Chambers and Wu-Tang Forever. You know, those are my favorites of the entire Wu-Tang discography. I don't listen to ancillary Wu-Tang characters though. Like Killer Army, I wasn't not fucking with them. You know, I wasn't fucking with none of that stuff. All that shit was too heavy for me. You had to be a Wu-Tang super fan to listen to the Killer Bees, to listen to the Grave Diggers. You had to be like a super fan to listen to that shit. I'm not a Wu-Tang super fan like that. I didn't listen to all that shit. I didn't listen to none of the RZA solo records. I didn't listen to none of that shit. I cannot stand RZA solo records. Even though I like La Rumba, which is probably one of my favorite songs that he made, is La Rumba. I love that song. I listen to it like once every couple of days. But of course, when it comes to Wu-Tang material, you know, Raekwon, I don't know. Second album, not good. First album, of course, is a classic. Second album, not good. Third album, also kind of not good. You know, so I don't know, but yeah, it'd probably be like 8 Diagrams. Probably be the worst because it sounds like a pastiche. It sounds like it's put together. Gypsy Woman, Crystal Waters. Remember that song? La-dee, 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 lo. I don't know. Maybe if I heard it, I can remember it. But yeah, I love Wu-Tang, man. There's too many niggas in that group, man, and I just think most of them are pointless. Like you could hit me with another Method Man verse rather than this fucking Capadonna verse. I don't need that nigga. I don't need him. Like for what? I don't think that there's anything Capadonna could do that Ghostface can't also do. So just give me another Ghostface verse. I'll be good with that. We was better off just having like 4 niggas in the group instead of having 9. That's all I'm saying. You know, Master Killer and Inspector Deck. I mean, they add something every once in a while, but you know, I only need like 4 of them and put RZA on the boards or one of RZA's ghost producers. Mongo, let me get to your head. Did you hear about To the Sky Sounds of Blackness? Sounds of Blackness. I probably may have heard it and I just don't remember it. You know, maybe I have heard it, I just don't remember it. Sometimes I do hear shit and I don't remember it. Or I hear it and I don't know where I got it from. Like it might get stuck in my head and I don't know where it came from. Like we was talking about the Firm earlier, the AEW, that faction. There's a rap sample in that song. I've been trying to figure out what the fuck it is for like 6 hours now. I heard it at like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It's been 8 hours later, and I'm still sitting here like, what was that track? Ghostface had the best solo albums. Yes, he did, because he didn't have any whack ones, and that was the that was the easiest thing to do, is to not be whack. So it was really like that simple. Ghostface brought the most energy. He wasn't the best lyricist. I was probably Method Man, but he brought the most energy. He was so creative. He adapted well. He brought new shit every time. He had great chemistry with the other members. Of course, he had phenomenal chemistry with Raekwon, but he had his own swag. Apollo Kids, it would be one of my favorite records, period. Hey Mongo, maybe you answered this question earlier, but I remember you said you're not a fan of De La Soul. How come? I just think De La Soul is kind of corny, in comparison to their contemporaries like Tribe Called Quest. Like, I like Tribe Called Quest because they felt cool. But De La Soul felt corny to me. I don't know why. Maybe it was like they were like flower children. They was kind of like hippies. And I was just kind of like, I'm not really down with that. I don't really like that. I didn't mind them when they featured with Tribe, or when Tribe was featuring with them. I didn't mind them, but I wouldn't sit down and listen to De La Soul on my own. I wouldn't do that. Field Mob, pass. I know a lot of people like Field Mob, but they're just generic Southern rappers to me. I didn't think much about them at all. I didn't really care about them at all. The crazy thing is, I've never seen House Party 2. So that's probably why I never didn't know what the song was. I really just saw House Party for the first time a couple of weeks ago. Like, I seen it as a kid, but I didn't get a chance to like really absorb it. Like, so Winter Wars is really good. The Winter Wars is really good. Motherless Child was probably better though. Motherless Child is tremendous. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child. Fucking Ghostface, man. Fucking Ghostface, I'm telling you. Mongo become the Vince Russo of YouTube. We're booking bad shit. And everybody thinks it's good because it's somehow successful for some reason. Oh man, it makes me want to listen to Iron Man again though, because I haven't listened to the whole thing of Iron Man in a long time. Like, I listen to Motherless Child almost all the time now, but because that shit it hit in a different way. And even though he did make a better version of that song later, but I love that song. It might have been on the Don't Be a Menace soundtrack. That's back when people used to buy records for the soundtracks. Before they started doing straight up soundtracks. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know Vince Russo talked about music on his podcast. It's a cool subject, man. Everybody listens to music in some way, but it's just a good way to talk about something different sometimes. I talk a lot about wrestling, man. I talk a lot about wrestling. I talked a lot about wrestling on this episode too. But After the Smoke is Clear, that's another good one. The Lady of Rage. I'm gonna take a pass on that one. All that I got is you. I definitely need to listen to Iron Man. I'm gonna do something tomorrow and just let Iron Man run through this joint. While I got everybody talking about rap, how many of y'all listened to the Black Thought Danger Mouse album? Who listened to that joint? Black Thought and Danger Mouse did an album. Who listened to it? you didn't listen to it, you need to. Let me look up what it's called. So I want to make sure everybody gets the right information. That's your homework. Black Thought Danger Mouse. Oh, Gantz. Gantz is the shits. But it's not the worst, because I didn't like Fooly Cooley either. I didn't understand it. It's called Cheat Codes. I quit Gantz though. I quit watching Gantz. It was awful. I didn't like any of the characters, so I stopped watching Gantz. But so it's one of them. Fooly Cooley, I quit. I watched the whole series. I watched it more than once. I don't get it. I just don't get why people like it. I hated Kill la Kill too. I didn't like it either. It's like Talking Clothes. I didn't get it. Like I didn't get it. I didn't get it. I watched that whole series. I didn't like any of the characters. I liked the best friend, the girl. She was great. She was the only character I actually liked in that whole show. I was like, I wish everybody died. I was hoping everybody was going to die at the end. And unfortunately, it didn't happen. He says, I not listened to it, but I met Danger Mouse at 2005 Atlanta Film Festival. That should give you all the more reason to listen to it. I got fooled into listening to it, but I'm telling you, it's worth a listen. Black Thought is a tremendous rapper, of course. Very prolific. The Roots, one of my favorite rap groups of all time. Yes, Hunter x Hunter was boring. Yes, thank you. Praise God. Praise God. Praise be to Allah. Hunter x Hunter was terrible. It was terrible. I remember I was being bludgeoned over the head. I got kicked out of an anime site for saying Hunter x Hunter was garbage. It was because I remember everybody kept saying, wait till you get to the ants. Wait till you get to the ants. And I was like, okay, I can't wait. I sat through that bullshit when they was on that island and they were playing, I think, dodgeball or something like that. I was like, this is so stupid. And I was so bored by them explaining the power set and how the power sets work. I was like, this is boring. I don't care about this. And then we finally powered through all that and we get to the ants. And it started out fire. I was like, oh, shit. No, what? This is what they're talking about. Oh, shit. And then near the end, I was like, bruh, is this the best you got? And they was like, oh, you didn't like it? I was like, mother. He sat there playing chess for like 5 episodes, bruh. Like, this was stupid. It was stupid. I was like, this is a stupid fucking show. Like, this show dumb. This show was dumb. You just, and then they played the card that they all play. You just don't get it. You don't understand it. You're not smart enough to get it. Like, nah, this show sucks. It sucks. And then at the end, I was like, Gone sucks. His transformation and him being all powered up, it sucks. The reason for it sucks. We just met this fucking guy, and he gets killed by the cat demon thing. I'm like, okay, I get that would piss him off, but no, no, this is whack. Yeah, I fell asleep on Hunter x Hunter a bunch of times, especially since they kept telling me how the kid was so cold. The lightning kid, he's so cold. I can't remember his fucking name. But he was boring as shit too. That whole fucking thing was boring as fuck. They played Motherless Child in ATL. I've never seen ATL. I'm probably one of those people on earth that has never seen that movie. Oh yeah, Death Note is tremendous. Death Note is tremendous. Yeah, I've actually gotten people into anime by trying to get them to watch Death Note. Because you don't have to like anime to like it. You can just get in on a really good story, and it's right there for you. It captures you from episode 1. It carries you along, and they don't bore you with the rules because there's not that many rules. So unlike I'm watching Naruto right now, right? I'm trying to watch it again, and I get caught up in all the chakra shit, and I'm just like, man, I'm getting lost. Like I'm getting lost. All right, slow it down, But the power set needs to be easy to understand. Power set is too confusing, and in Hunter x Hunter. It was trash. Oh, that Netflix movie was not. It was more than terrible. It was abysmal. Everybody involved should have been fired, then tarred and feathered, and then plucked dry for being involved with that Netflix movie. Is Boondocks a classic because of Pops? Well, every character in the Boondocks adds to the legend of the Boondocks. Because the Boondocks is one of the greatest shows ever created. And everything about it is absolutely tremendous. You know. But some people have a different favorite character. That's what makes it so good. Like Pops is some people's favorite character. While you have Riley as some people's favorite character. And no, it cannot be made today. Because it makes fun of black people too much. And it makes fun of certain subjects a little too much. You know? Like when you had Huey trying to get rid of the girl because she was a stripper. She's like, you a hoe. People would get so offended by that. And what really killed the Boondocks though was them making fun of Oprah and Tyler Perry. That did it. Like when they made fun of Oprah and Tyler Perry, that was it. They wasn't gonna let them go no further with that shit. They were not gonna let them go no further with it. That was it. They was pulling the plug on that shit at that point. And that's why I'm not surprised that it didn't come back. As many times as people have tried to get it to come back, and Aaron Magruder kept saying, "Oh, it's gonna come back, it's gonna come back," and it ain't came back yet. We know why. You know, they putting the kibosh on that shit, man. They not letting that shit fucking show come back. I think he's still doing the comic strips though. He's still doing the comic strip though. Which is kind of crazy. He said, I said that because I miss John Witherspoon, a comic legend. I remember watching him on the Richard Pryor show, Mongo. He was also on the Wayans Brothers show. He is a legend. He's very funny. He's very funny. He's funny in everything that I saw him in, John Witherspoon. South Park has been it's not nearly as wild as it used to be. That's the thing. And they picked their targets very carefully. Remember, South Park was doing the shit when they was making fun of Muslims, and that almost got them yanked off TV. So they picked their subjects very carefully, and you know they're able to stay around. But eventually, they're going to co-opt South Park, just like they co-opt The Simpsons. Like The Simpsons went on for so long that people have been able to co-opt it. They basically wormed in there, and they wearing The Simpsons like a skin suit. So now The Simpsons is basically propaganda. They're going to do the same thing to South Park eventually. If it's going on long enough, if Matt and Trey eventually give up control of that show, it'll be over. That's why I'm glad Mike Judge is still doing Beavis and Butthead. He hasn't given up control of them characters. Because if he did, we wouldn't get classy Beavis and Butthead. It'd just be a whole different set of shit. And I don't want no part of that. I haven't watched any of the new Beavis and Butthead though. I need to actually do that. All of that, trying to catch up on Naruto has been eating up a lot of my free time. But I'm definitely surprised South Park is still going on, especially with all the stuff that they made fun of and the stuff that they're going to continue making fun of. They made fun of trans people, which is like the mark for me, whether you're doing woke shit or not. And whether they make fun of trans people, and they did. And I was like, wow, this shit came out of nowhere. Yeah, I heard that Naruto has a lot of filler. I heard there was a guide out there that was actually supposed to help navigate some of that filler. Somebody also, from the site that I was using, they made a Naruto Kai, basically like a Dragon Ball Kai, but for Naruto. I was like, I should watch this. I should watch it that way. But I don't know. Maybe I'll get that master list to see what episodes to skip that are filler episodes. But to me, the filler is what made Dragon Ball great. Because Dragon Ball, the filler added so much to the characters. You know? Paul Mooney would probably make it fine today if you know anything about Paul Mooney. He's super, saucy. Somebody says there's a Von Erich biopic in the works. So that ought to be interesting. I wonder how much of that how much of the story they're actually going to tell, and whether Kevin Von Erich is going to be involved. Is Kevin going to be involved with this? If he's not going to be involved with it, they're probably going to wait for him to die. Oh, yes, I heard about the Trigun remake. I even saw the trailer. I was like, they're doing the cell shaded shit, which is not good. I wish they would just kill that animation. Just kill that fucking animation. It doesn't do anything any good. Nothing comes out of cell shaded looks good. Boondocks won't come back. Same for the Chappelle Show. Yeah, you can't go backwards. That's Chappelle is bigger than the Chappelle Show now. He can't do it again. You know, Zac Efron is Kevin Von. Oh no, oh no. I really want to know if Kevin's going to have any involvement in this movie. If he's not going to have any involvement in it, it's probably going to be some. It might actually tell the truth for starters. Secondly, it's going to be sad as shit. It's going to be sad in the motherfucker. Well, if it's going to be just about the binary, it's going to be about world class in general. Who is putting it on? Who's producer for the movie? Who's producing it? Because in order, look, I know that wrestling biopics and all that shit get kind of popular every now and again, but a lot of that shit don't get made. So I can see them saying they're going to make a Von Erichs biopic, and that shit probably never get made. Zac Efron is Kevin. Who's going to play Carrie? That's what I want to know. Who's going to play Carrie? Who's going to play Fritz? And how far are we going to go into this thing? Are we going to go until what? Carrie kills himself? I don't think he wasn't the. I don't think he was even the last one to kill himself. So like, I don't know. Yeah, there was supposed to be a Benoit movie and never got made. I think WWE probably smushed that shit. They're not going to kill the Von Erich movie though. I don't see why they would. I wouldn't be surprised if WWE had killed that Benoit movie. They probably bought the fucking script or something like that and then set it on fire. Yeah, man. We'll see if the movie actually get made. Let's put it like that. Everybody keep talking about this Von Erich movie. We'll see if it actually gets made. Because they talk about a lot of movies that's supposed to happen, and they never get made. There's supposed to have been a couple of Vince McMahon biopics that never got made. They usually get killed really, really early. They usually get killed really, really early in production because Vince is still alive, and he's not going to let that happen. If they do have a Vince McMahon biopic in some way, it's going to be when Vince dies. I don't know. I don't know who is supposed to play Vince. Oh, God. This is going to be an interesting piece of business. Where are they going to start and where are they going to end? That's what I want to know. Are you going to start with baby what was it, baby Jackie drowning in that pool, or how are we going to start the Von Erich movie? That's what I want to know, because they had babies dying when I think they had an older brother. He died when he was like 7 or something like that. Are we going to start there? Like, where are we going to start with this thing? Willem Dafoe could play Vince. How much steroids is Willem Dafoe willing to do? How much steroids is he willing to do to play Vince? He's gonna need to wear a whole bodysuit. William H. Macy as Ric Flair. He ain't got the energy. You gotta have a young man. You gotta have a guy with some real energy to play Flair. You need a guy with some real energy to play Flair. What matches could they do of Chris? They're probably not going to do matches too much. They're probably just going to do clips of those guys working in the ring, and that'd be about it. Bradley Cooper, I could see him playing Ric Flair. I could see him trying it. he'll probably get very excited about the role and everything, and Rick could shit on him. I can see that happening. You ain't got enough stuff to be Ric Flair, brother. Ooh! Ray Liotta would have been perfect as Vince. You know, he would have been perfect. He would have been perfect as Vince. With him yelling at people, it would have been great. Donald Trump as himself in the movie shaving Vince McMahon's head. That's some wild shit right there. What 5 key moments should a Ric Flair movie have? Well, it's definitely gotta have his retirement, his first retirement, his retirement at WrestleMania, not his most recent retirement. It's gotta have him feuding with Dusty. It's gotta have the Four Horsemen. It's gotta have the Monday Night Wars era. And it's got to have maybe his WWF run. I don't think Shane McMahon is going to be I don't think Shane McMahon will be important enough into these movies. In a movie about Vince, I don't think Shane is important enough. Because Shane was a kid when the shit was started. And then Jonah Hill is Dusty. Oh, that pissed so many people off. Oh, that's going to make everybody so mad. Oh. Ooh-wee. You know what I mean? You know how mad people would be if Jonah Hill was Dusty Rhodes? That made people so angry. But Shane, he was a teenager and a referee or some shit at one point. He didn't really become important until like the mid-90s. You know, that's when Shane became important, like an important piece. That's when he became friends with the wrestlers and he was able to, you know, get in Vince's ear about certain things. And actually able to get in the way. It was like in the mid-90s. I don't think he'd be important enough to like most of the Vince moments. But it depends on what you would want to do with a Vince movie. You know, like it's a biopic. So what are we doing? Where are we going to start? We're going to start with, you know, him as a ring announcer and who buys his, you know, business from his dad and he goes into WrestleMania and everything. And then the Attitude Era and Vince acting a fool in public, you know, threatening Bob Costas and then what? He started having sex with his started having sex with the girl in finance and all kinds of shit like that. I don't know. A Vince biopic would have to be pretty in depth. But we know too much about the guy already. So it'd be funny just to see somebody play it out in front of a camera. Which would be a good question. You know, what would have happened if that shit wouldn't have worked out? Will Ferrell. They'd probably get Will Ferrell to play Dusty. You got the Jew Fro. You got the Jew Fro. Oh, shit. Why would Teddy Long be in that movie at all is what I want to know. Lou Gossett, ain't he dead? I think Lou Gossett dead, isn't he? Oh, wow. Vince McMahon biopic. What the hell? Sting would be hard to cast. Maybe Helmsworth. You know, Helmsworth would make a great Hulk Hogan. He was supposed to be Hulk Hogan, right? Helmsworth. He was supposed to be Hulk Hogan in a Hogan movie. That was supposed to be a Hogan movie, and he was taking the roids and everything to get big. And I don't think that movie gonna come out either. I don't think it's gonna come out. I don't think that Hulk Hogan movie ever gonna get made. I think it's gonna get shelved, and that's gonna be it. I think if they do make a Hulk Hogan movie, it's gonna be after he died, just like Vince. They gonna wait for him to die. He said the Benoit movie was canned by the family, not WWE. Okay, I knew it was canned one way or the other. I thought Vince had put his fingers in it. The family is, right to do so. Now, Jonah Hill could play Bruce Pritchard for sure. You could get Jonah Hill to play Bruce Pritchard, absolutely. He could get away with that one, and everybody would laugh. And Bruce would probably even laugh. Because it's supposed to feature a death scene. Well, it had to feature the death scene. Otherwise, what the fuck is the point of the movie? I'm pretty sure Nancy's sister would not be thrilled about that either. I'm pretty sure she wouldn't be thrilled about that either. I know I wouldn't be. I wouldn't be happy about that at all. That's no. And well, who owns the intellectual property of Chris Benoit? That's what I want to know. Who owns the intellectual property of Chris Benoit? Would it be his family or would it be WWE? WWE can't monetize it because they can't sell anything Benoit. They can't sell his facial expressions or his action figures or cards or anything. They can't sell any of that stuff without promoting him. So who owns the intellectual property of Chris Benoit? I would imagine Nancy's sister will own her intellectual property. So can't use her name or likeness. Do I think that? No, Owen Hart would never go into the Hall of Fame. I'll tell you why. One, his wife would never allow it. Two, if his wife got struck by lightning, the kids will never allow it because the kids think the same thing the mother thinks. So it'll never happen. And they'll never let it happen. Speaking of which, though, you know what? They probably could. Get a movie because they're making that Mike Tyson movie, and Mike Tyson is not with that shit at all. But Mike Tyson is not in a position to stop Netflix, Hulu from doing it. Vince can stop that shit if he wanted to. No, Bret Hart's wife and Owen Hart's wife is not on good terms. He's not on good terms with any of the Harts. Even though Bret was on her side through most of that whole ordeal, they're not on good terms. Because Bret went back. And she criticized him for going back. They both criticized Bulldog for going back. I remember that. That was ugly. That was an ugly time. That's when Vet sent Bulldog to rehab, and Bret was like, "Oh, real convenient." It's real convenient. But no, Martha don't get along with any of the Harts. She don't really like wrestling. And she only really doing the old AEW thing as a thumb to the eye. And probably because Tony Khan is willing to pay for it. Yeah. Mike Tyson movie gonna be some funny shit. That's gonna be some hilarious shit, man. I know he's not gonna like it at all. They're gonna end up having to make another Mike Tyson movie. So they might as well go ahead and make this one. Go ahead and put it on out. You're going to make another one because Mike Tyson gonna want to do his own biopic. It's better. And the thing about the biopics, man, when the family is controlling that shit, is you get Notorious, which was butchery, an absolute butchered biopic. Turned Puff Daddy into a fucking philosopher who was like the wise old king. It's like, what? I don't think Jamie Foxx is playing Mike Tyson. I don't think so. Do you watch Mike Tyson's podcast? I like the one with LL Cool J. I haven't seen it. It's like Drink Champs. I watch clips of it. If there's somebody on there that I'm interested in, I'll watch it. But I'll watch pieces of it. But I've never watched a full Mike Tyson podcast. But I'll look up the one with LL Cool J. Yes, I've seen Notorious. It was. You can't see me. I'm shaking my head. I thought it was bad. It was a good movie. Was it a good biopic? Probably not. Probably wasn't a good biopic though. But it was a good movie. I don't like how they played Lil' Kim in that movie. That shit was bad. Charlie Baltimore wasn't even mentioned in the movie at all. She should have been. I mean, It is what it is. You know, his mama had control of the movie, so she did what she did. His mama controlled the movie, so Anthony Mackie was. His mama had control of the movie. You know, she could do what she wanted to do. So I don't know who could play Tupac. I have no idea. You know, so they can. I don't know, man. But of all the weirdly bad biopics, none of them beat the Michael Jackson biopics. All of them suck. Yeah, the girl from Power, she was from some R&B group. She was, yeah, Angela Bassett was his mom. Yeah, the chick from Power, that was her first acting role, I think. She was Lil Kim. She Naturi Naughton. She is hot. God damn. She gained some weight on Power, but if she was Lil Kim in that movie, oh, she was, Jesus Christ. That girl was hot. Jesus Christ. She was the reason I watched that fucking movie. I was like, oh my goodness. Yeah, Jackson the American Dream was good, but that was a series. That was a TV series. It wasn't like a long movie. It was like The Temptations. It was a TV series. Yeah, that was off. That was off. I was thinking about some of the other. They did another Michael Jackson biopic. They had Flex in it. It was awful. I want to beat Flex to death for doing that movie. I want to beat him to death with my bare hands for doing that movie. It was. I want to kill him for that movie. I hate that. I hate that movie exists. Right. I'm really kind of iffy on biopics, you know, because sometimes when a biopic is made, I'm just kind of like I liked Ray. I thought it was pretty good. I didn't see Elvis yet. I'm not a big fan of Elvis though, so I'm not in a rush. But I really did like Ray. I thought Ray was really good. I didn't see the James Brown movie. I don't think I've ever watched it all the way through. I probably said bits and pieces of it. I probably will end up watching it eventually. But I like watching biopics. But I just have a hard time watching biopics when it's somebody that I'm really a fan of. Like I was a really big fan of Biggie, so I really wasn't in a rush to see Notorious. And after watching it and seeing that, you know, Puff Daddy was apparently fucking Confucius or something like that. Like he was a fucking he was the fucking philosopher king. You know, like he was full of good tidings and wisdom and shit. Like this motherfucker, Puff wasn't that much older than Biggie. You know. You got Chadwick Boseman playing everyone in the biopic. Boom. Oh, that's spank my monkey. Jesus Christ. TMI, sir. TMI. Chadwick Boseman is like super dead now, which sucks. But cancer got my boy. That sucks. But I think didn't he played James Brown, didn't he? I'm supposed to watch that movie and I never got around to it. All right, I'm 2 hours over. We're gonna wrap this joint up at 1 o'clock. We didn't talk about everything in this joint now. We're on biopics now. American Dream, Dusty Rhodes, that it is what they had a biography on Dusty Rhodes, and it never showed up. It never materialized. Where did it go? Cody signed a contract saying he's gonna be the executive producer on that joint. Why did it not occur? He played Thurgood Marshall. Thurgood Marshall. My God, what the fuck? Jackie Robinson, I can see that. I can see him playing Jackie Robinson and James Brown. Thurgood Marshall, though. Thurgood Marshall was light skinned. He Joe Both was dark. I don't know, man. I don't get it. Hollywood does what it does, man. They do what they do. Oh, they do what they do. I ain't gonna argue with him. I haven't seen the Thurgood Marshall movie. I never watched it. What's the name too? Yes, I watched the NWA movie. I watched that for sure. They had young O'Shea play his daddy in that movie. Um, it was remarkably fair. I think. I think it was remarkably fair. You know, I think this movie, the movie being made, actually, I think healed a lot of wounds for the NWA. You know, because those dudes, man, they was beefing for a long time. They was beefing for a long time. And I think mostly Ice Cube got what he wanted out of the movie, which is basically that Jerry Heller was a thief and basically manipulated Eazy-E against everybody else. I think he pretty much got what he wanted out of it. I don't think he cared too much about anything else. Yeah, DLC wasn't even in that joint. Yeah, MC Ren wasn't in the movie. He didn't really do anything in the movie either. Yeah, it was basically an Ice Cube, Dr. Dre, and Eazy-E movie, essentially. Those other dudes barely did anything. Yeah, see, Lawrence Fishburne was in Cooley High. I loved Cooley High. I mean, Cooley High was tremendous. It's a great movie. Was it my favorite Lawrence Fishburne movie? He was also in Boys in the Hood. So take your pick. I love Lawrence Fishburne though. Wasn't he also in Cornbread Earl and Me? But Cooley High is special. That's a special movie. Very special. Yeah, the DOC was not really in that movie at all. Snoop Dogg was in it, but Bone wasn't, which made no fucking sense considering that was around the same time Eazy, especially since Eazy had AIDS in the movie, but Bone wasn't in the movie at all. Makes no sense. You know, makes no sense. Those were his top proteges. There at least been something about them in the movie, but they weren't. But Snoop Dogg got in the movie somehow. Whatever. I even heard about the. I even heard about they supposed to be reforming the NWA and Snoop Dogg was going to take Eazy-E's spot. And I was like, oh hell no. That was a long time ago though. But I was like, oh hell no. I don't want no part of that. I don't want no part of that at all. That sounded dumb. Oh yeah, I forgot he was in the Matrix. Yeah, he was in the Matrix. He did the first couple Matrix movies, but I don't really rate them as my favorite movies. The Matrix is kind of like, you know, it's just is what it is, you know. I like the first one though. The first Matrix was raw. It was raw. You know, it's hard to top that joint. They was doing so much. For the record, Little O'Shea can't act for shit. He wasn't really all that good. But it got a lot of people listening to NWA, so I guess it did what it was supposed to do. You know, it got people listening to NWA who wouldn't normally listen to NWA. So I guess it did what it was supposed to do. At the same time, though, the story. There's a lot of people left out of that shit. Especially since MC Ren was kind of writing some of Dre's raps at the time. But Cube was writing them too, but MC Ren was helping. Higher Learning is very good. Higher Learning is very good. I don't understand why the Nazi was in the Higher Learning, but the movie was very good. Like it was just like a random Nazi in like mid-90s America. You know, it was like all of a sudden this kid had like Nazi friends. Like, what, really? In the college show? If you say so. He killed Tyra Banks. Oh no, spoiler. He shot her in the back. Spoiler. That sucked. But I like the movie overall though. Busta Rhymes in that shit, he was really bad. Busta Rhymes was bad in Shaft too. He sucked in that too. Busta Rhymes is not a good actor. Not good at all. Not good at all. He's not good. He's not good. He could do his music videos, but that's about it. The Busta Rhymes, just not good. All right, y'all. We need another Friday movie. I don't think so. I mean, who are you gonna put in it? Who are you gonna put in it? You know, Chris Tucker don't want to do it. Mike Epps is irrelevant. Who gives a fuck about him? Debo is dead. You know, there's Nia Long. She's beautiful. She's still beautiful, but she's very old now. Everybody's old. You know, so unless you want to do like a spinoff, you could do a spinoff movie, like a New Generation Friday movie. You might be able to pass the franchise off a little bit. You might be able to get away with that. Yeah, it's like everybody's dead. You know, a lot of people dead and everything. There's nothing you can do about that. All right, thank you guys for your time. I appreciate it. This 4-hour live stream, I cannot complain about PSA Sitch and all those guys having 5-hour live streams anymore. I did a 4-hour joint, but I absolutely must go to sleep. All right, thank you guys for your time. I'll talk to you guys probably next week, same time, 9 o'clock. Peace out.